Good evening. I would like to call tonight's meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy,
Here.
Councilmember Landman,
Here.
Councilmember DeBala,
Present.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Here.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Here.
Councilmember Honzak,
Present.
Councilmember Wesselak.
Here.
Good evening. Tonight, we will continue our budget discussions in our work session this evening. We will have a few agenda items. The first is comments from our Ask Me Local 3399. And then we will have a public hearing on the proposed FY27 budget. And then we will have two work sessions this evening. The first is traffic calming and sidewalk project selection, and our budget reconciliation session number 2. On Tuesday, tomorrow, we have a lot of meetings, the council will be meeting in closed session. The city council will meet in the community center auditorium at 6:30 p.m. on Tuesday, April the 21st, to vote to convene in closed session to discuss matters related to the audit concerning the events giving rise to the litigation known as Cooper v. City of Tacoma Park. The council will meet with the city manager, city attorney, and labor attorney. The meeting will be closed pursuant to annotated code general provisions, Article 3-305B1, to discuss personnel matters that affect one or more specific individuals, and 3-305B7 to receive legal advice. On Wednesday, April the 22nd, we will have our council meeting at 7:30. We will start with a proclamation for the record, introduction of the Montgomery College scholarship students who will be joining us on Wednesday. We will also have a presentation on the compensation and classification study. And then we will have another work session, budget works reconciliation number 3. And then on Wednesday, April the 29th, the city council will meet at its regular time at 7:30. We will have a Bike Month proclamation, a presentation from MHP on Edinburgh House, and then we will have work sessions that evening. The first is Tacoma Landing Crossroads Development Authority reauthorization, the 1-year extension of the contract with Barbicane Thornton and Company, LLP, and the designation of the University of Vermont Spatial Analysis Laboratory as a sole source for the procurement of the tree canopy analysis. And that will take us into May. And so with that, we're going to get started with our first item this evening, and that is comments from Ask Me Local 3399. Give me 1 second. Let me just make sure I get your mic going. There you go.
Okay, good evening. I'm Brendan Smith, President of the American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees, Local 3399. Our members comprise the majority of the city workforce, and some of them are here tonight in solidarity. I'm also a resident of Ward 3. I spoke at the last public budget hearing about the importance of reserving city funds for future wage increases that will be needed after we finish collective bargaining later this year. There will be a presentation of the wage study on Wednesday. While it's a big improvement over the last study, there are still some shortcomings that need to be addressed during collective bargaining and not in public discussions about the study findings. Some of our members will speak tonight about the impact of low wages for them and their families. I'm going to focus on the potential layoffs of 2 union members in ARPA-funded positions. They're real people with names and families. They aren't FTE counts. They aren't numbers in a budget spreadsheet. Senior Accounting Specialist Ruth Yemenu and IT Project Specialist Lars DeSalvio are doing important work for the city every day, and both of their positions have evolved since they were hired. Harut, who's here tonight, handles all of the accounts payable functions for every city department. She also reconciles the city's bank accounts to flag any financial irregularities. She manages some police department revenue collection and helps prepare the city's annual budget documents and reports. Currently, approximately 5% of Harut's duties are related to ARPA, and 95% aren't and constitute a full-time workload. Prior to ARPA, the finance department had 5.5 FTEs, including a vacant part-time position. So it now has 6 FTEs, so Harut's position only represents an increase of 1/2 of 1 FTE. The city council has also identified racial equity as a priority, and Harut is one of just a few city employees who speak Amharic, so she has translated for Amharic speakers who need help from the city. Lars has a long distinguished track record with the city and previously served as the IT department director. After leaving the city, he agreed to return as a consultant and then was asked to take this new position. He's in South Carolina today, so he isn't here tonight. Lars is implementing new IT programs across many city departments, including HR, HCD, police department, and the library. IT is already short-staffed and no one else can perform his duties, so all of these projects are at risk of collapse if he isn't here to handle them. When the City Council adopted its budget priorities last December, the resolution that you approved instructed the city manager to, quote, identify alternatives to increases in the general fund to support FTEs that leverage ARPA funds. That's exactly what he has done in his detailed plan that provides sustainable general fund savings to maintain these critical positions. Harut and Lars have been pulled in this debate through no fault of their own, and it creates a lot of anxiety when you're faced with the possibility of losing your job. To end that uncertainty, we're asking that you vote tonight to maintain these positions because there's no reason to leave it until the last minute on Wednesday. Thanks for your time. Some of our members, not all of them, are going to speak, I think about 6 or 7, and then Vice President Patty Mallon will close us out. Thanks for your time.
Sounds good.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jonathan Haynes. I am an employee of this city in Public Works, but I do also live here in Ward 4. I am here today, as you may have guessed, to discuss the ongoing wage issues in the city. This year, the city has commissioned a wage and reclassification study. This study has found, among other things, that the wages of many city employees are below market rate, and that employees with longer tenure with the city have not been moving up the pay scale as they should have been, leading to stagnant, compressed wages. This is not the first time the city has paid for a study like this to be done, nor is it the first time such a study has come with these very same conclusions. The problem we're seeing with wages are nothing new. The city is well aware of this. In the past, the city has simply ignored the results of the study it paid for, or cherry-picked certain preferred positions to receive raises rather than those positions identified as the furthest behind market value. In essence, the city of Takoma Park has spent decades underpaying and undervaluing its most dedicated employees. Money that should have been spent to fairly compensate the people who keep this city running has been repeatedly diverted to other areas of the budget. To put it another way, the city of Takoma Park has been saving money at our expense. We have employees who have worked for the city for decades who have not reached the median pay for their grade. We have employees with more than 35 years of experience, working for the city who have not reached the top of the pay scale for their grade. To my knowledge, no employees have. Our loyalty has not been rewarded. Many of my coworkers are forced to work 2 jobs to make ends meet. Some work 3 when the opportunity presents itself. In the few years I have been an employee of the city, I have seen countless coworkers come and go. Good, talented people who love this city, who simply cannot afford to work here. People who, when they leave for greener pastures, take years of institutional knowledge with them. People who the city struggles to replace because nearby municipalities are offering more money for the same work. I stand before you today asking for the same thing we asked for 3 years ago, and 3 years before that, and 3 years before that. We want our employees to be paid equitably for the work they do, and for their salaries to reflect the number of years of service they have provided this city. We understand that enacting these changes recommended by the very study our taxes paid for, would place a notable financial burden on the city. This is simply what happens when city councils repeatedly kick the can down the road. If previous councils had taken a more proactive approach, the city would not be finding itself in this position yet again. We would just be negotiating for a single step raise and maybe a cost of living adjustment. Before I leave, I would like to remind you that we are all public servants, but you are our elected leaders. It is your job to lead, not to follow in the steps of your predecessors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do you have any other Ask Me comments?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ramon Solo, resident of Ward 4, and I'm here to voice my support for retaining the 2 ARPA positions that belong to ASHME Local 3399. As the Housing and Community Development Coordinator, I've had the pleasure of working closely with IT and finance on special projects, as well as my day-to-day duties. One colleague in particular, Harut Yemenu, Senior Accounting Specialist, an ARPA-funded position, is someone I work with on a near daily basis, who I trust to handle all of the accounts payable, not just for my department, but for the entire city. Her close attention to detail, strong work ethic, and sunny disposition allows the efficient processing of payments, some of which are highly complex, ensuring payments do not fall through the cracks, and catching mistakes by probably and most likely yours truly. Accounts payable is a full-time job requiring laser focus, and the removal of this position will leave the responsibilities on any remaining overworked and underpaid staff. And while hiring a temporary employee may come with cost-saving measures, you lose the wealth of institutional memory that a full-time employee has, as well as any job loyalty. Finance and IT make up the backbone of city services. These employees are near invisible, but that doesn't make them any less important. They keep the city fiscally responsible and network secured. As someone who is very forward-facing with the public, I want to emphasize that the work that they do allows me to do my job more confidently. They make the lives of everyone they work with easier and safer, and I beseech you to keep these positions so that we as city employees can continue helping city residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Do we have any other Ask Me commenters?
Hello, my name is Gordia Khademian. I'm a member of ASME Local 3399, and I'm here to speak about the importance of fair wages. Speaking personally as a library worker, the new library is beautiful, and I'm very glad to be back to working in it. But it has also meant that the foot traffic has drastically increased. We are serving a much larger part of the public, which means a much more varied level of needs. I have been asked to de-escalate and act preemptively to deter potentially violent situations, coordinate with police to protect children in dangerous situations, and manage an increasingly difficult range of behaviors within the library, all while continuing to provide excellent reference, information, and circulation services. This means checking books in and out, helping patrons make new library cards, find and use electronic services available to them, and helping with copying and scanning. When I'm not on the public service desk, I'm creating records for each individual item that is in the library collection and fixing old items as well. Without fair wages, I will be asked to do all of these for less money. In this day and age of gun violence, immigration rates, and increasing levels of uncertainty, I would like to know how much the city truly values the labor of its workers who are on the front lines serving the city and the public. For the past 2 years, my partner and I lived in Glenmont, and I commuted an hour, sometimes over an hour every day just to make it to Tacoma Park. We could not afford to live in the Tacoma Park City, and our rental applications were all denied. It is now only recently I've been able to move back to Tacoma, DC, with wage increases fought for by the union and with extra part-time jobs. This would not be possible if wages do not continue to match the ever-increasing cost of living. My fellow union siblings here in 3399 do good work, and we should be properly compensated for that. I urge the council to take into account the data we are now receiving from the wage study. And it's not to ask why the budget is being increased, but to ask rather why the city does not have the funds to properly compensate its workers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other Ask Me commenters this evening?
Hello. Good evening. My name is Rudy Delsek. I'm the City Urban Forest Manager. I have a quick spiel, but now whether it is a resident, a developer, a contractor, they always ask me the same phrase: can you send someone from your team? Now that, to me, it's a little funny because there is no team. My division is a division of one. When I was an urban forester in DC, I managed a similar sized area, and there we had a staff of just under 40. And in my role, I had help. There was a lead urban forester, urban forest manager, urban forest branch manager, urban forest director, and specialized urban foresters for code enforcement, for large scale developments, and for some other jobs. Here in Tacoma Park, I am all of those. I am, and these guys too. Many of my urban forester colleagues, in Arlington, Alexandria, DC, Montgomery County, urban forestry, they say, Rudy, you are crazy to work there, and it's not worth it. There's no way to manage it all. But I find a way. Maybe I just don't think there are many folks out there, eager enough, invested enough, or just crazy enough to take this role and all the challenges it has. But I am, and trees are my life, and I really care about this job. And with that said, please take into consideration why I and also my colleagues deserve fair wages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any additional Ask Me commenters?
Good evening. My name is Phil Shapiro. I work as the city's public geek in our library. I've been there 20 years. I find the job emotionally lucrative. It's a joy to come to work every day. When I was a kid, my parents taught me the proverb, where there's a will, there's a way. They lived that proverb, and I try to honor them by living that proverb too. My salary in this job is not enough to pay my bills, so I work 2 other jobs. I have often thought that if I had access to some of the assets in this city, that I could give myself a pay raise. For example, this auditorium here is an underutilized resource. Put to use in new ways, it could bring in revenue streams that could fund my pay raise and perhaps the pay raise of other city workers. 3 minutes is a short amount of time to share ideas, so I've set up a small website that explains my ideas further. You can see it up on the PowerPoint slide, tinyurl.com, community entrepreneurship. Another name for community entrepreneurship is social entrepreneurship. As an example of community entrepreneurship, in 2021, the Friends of Mount Pleasant Library in DC sold a t-shirt that brought in $100,000 to that branch library. Someone in that group said, let's give this a try. The great hockey player Wayne Gretzky said, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. When we pool our ideas, we can find new ways of creating wealth and revenue streams. We need to be trying new things. Social innovation can be just as powerful as technological innovation. So we need to embrace social innovation to move our community forward. We are the people we've been waiting for. For where there's a will, there is a way.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public commenters from Ask Me?
I think I'm the big finish, and I'm a little ticked that Phil got the sports metaphor. I didn't get to do a sports metaphor. Hi, I'm Patty Mallon. I am the city's grant manager. I've been before you to talk about money that we've brought into the city and money we'd like you to give out to deserving groups. And that's a little bit what I'm doing tonight, is talking about deserving groups. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm a taxpayer in Tacoma Park. One of the reasons I work in Tacoma Park is because I really value the city. I value my neighbors, and I want to do work that helps my neighborhood and our neighborhoods. When we talk about wage increases, there's actually 3 parts to it. I'm a little concerned that you have to make decisions about the budget before you have all the information. Collective bargaining is happening. You're not going to hear the wage and comp presentation until Wednesday, but yet you have to kind of make decisions early. So I'm going to ask you to think about 3 things to compensate the staff fairly. One is bringing wages up to the market rate, which is what the comp and class study does. Also reclassifying some positions so that they are in the right place and they're equitable across the city and compared to other municipalities. Cost of living. Right now, that's a big one, right? Fill up your tank, buy a gallon of milk, you know what that is. We all have to do those things. You have to do those things. And the third one got mentioned earlier too, which is fairly compensating staff members who have been here for a long time. I'm hitting almost 17 years, and I feel like that's a long time, but if you'll indulge me for 1 second, can you guys raise your hand if you've worked for the city for 15 years or more? Yep, there's a couple. Some back there. There's a lot of us, and we stay here for the same reasons that I mentioned. It's really important to us to work for the city. It's an important place. And I just want to leave you with the thought that your staff is really dedicated to the city and to its residents, and we'd like to be fairly compensated for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I just want to, last call for any additional Ask Me commenters. Okay. Well, thank you all so much for coming out. We really appreciate, I just want to say how much we appreciate our staff and all of the work that you do. And this is always an awkward time when we're in the middle of bargaining while we're simultaneously dealing with budgets. But I want to make sure that you know that we appreciate you telling us your stories. I wanted to make sure that we had a special place for you in the agenda so you don't have to be here all night with a sleeping bag. Because I think it's important for our residents to hear your stories as well. So thank you so much for coming out tonight and speaking. So we're gonna move now to the public hearing section of our agenda. Are there, I just wanna check with Jesse to keep me honest. The sign-up sheet. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have the public hearing on the proposed FY27 budget. Just as a reminder, I have a sign-up sheet. If you did not sign up, that's okay, it's all right. We'll give you an opportunity after we call on the folks that are listed here. Just want to remind folks to please provide your name, where you live, and I want to just make sure that we're reiterating the importance of respect and civility in the meeting. No cheering, no booing. Let's make sure that everybody has an opportunity to be heard. So first up is Elizabeth Wallace.
Thank you. Elizabeth Wallace, Ward 1. I'm glad I was here to hear everything that you have to say. We don't hear it. I don't hear it as much as I should, so thank you. From last week, I was very concerned about the budget that was requested for the police department. The more I get into each line item, the more I realize how hard it must be for all of you, because they all have, each line item has a story, okay? And some of the line items have been taken off, by Chief Duvall. But this is why it's hard to look at the budget for me. For example, he sent me an email that said that regarding the ballistic shields, and he said the shields are needed to provide protection for officers on high-risk calls for service, warrant service, and active shooter incidents. Minimal. This is the part that kind of makes me wonder. Minimal training with no related costs are required for this item. Well, I've never been trained with a shield. So I go online, okay, and I look at a training video, and I look at all the different companies that offer the training, and possibly they'll be trained in Sykesville, okay, and it's usually 3 to 4 days for this training. Maybe that's minimal training, I don't know, but it looked really intense and exhausting, the training. For the training, you have to bring your equipment, which costs money, and you have to bring rounds of ammunition. You have to learn to stop shooting directly, like this, with 2 hands, and you have to learn to shoot around the shield, which often you can correct me if I'm wrong, the red dot on it. It's a whole other different body memorization. I don't know about minimal training, okay? And the rounds, 400 rounds for a handgun, and that's about, that could be a couple $100. Total for 400 rounds is $100 to $140, depending on the rounds. I'm running out of time. But the thing is, there is money, there is additional charges to the training. And when you say there are no additional charges, you start wondering, where are all the other no additional charges? that are not listed on any line item. And that's where I would like to feel that we could trust every line item coming out of the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Tom Gagliardo.
Good evening. I live on Hodges Lane in Ward 1. At a prior meeting, I asked 3 questions. I didn't get answers to any of those questions. I'm going to repeat one of them tonight. And the reason I'm going to repeat it is because it relates directly to the AFSCME presentation. Because if there's going to be money to fund fair and equitable wages, you have to do something with the rest of the budget. So here's the question, second time I'm asking. What is the total dollar amount of cost-saving measures identified by the staff? That's a direct quote from the direction you gave in December when you asked that a budget be presented to you. It is important to prioritize. I listened last year to the union presentation, which I thought was extremely persuasive, when the union pointed out the need to improve the working conditions in public works. I thought it was a priority, but nothing happened. Not a single, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, money was not spent to improve those working conditions. It's back in the budget this year. Every year we see the same items in the budget, but the items are never addressed. The money isn't spent, the conditions aren't improved. That needs to change. So I'm going to repeat the question again. What is the total dollar amount of cost-saving measures identified by the staff? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Randy Gibson.
Hi, Randy Gibson, Ward 3. I lost my paper here, so I'm going to wing it. I tried to make it 2 minutes and 45 seconds. But first I want to say that in the context of the earlier presentations by AFSCME, fair compensation needs to be matched with fair taxation and living within our means, which was the subject of the budget working group that was presented last week with a lot of statistics that I hope to share again, but I didn't bring the paper. The most important one has to do with the increased revenues over the years and decades beyond the rate of inflation. So people are hurting. And so that's where we talk about fair taxation and fair wages. Somehow you guys got to find a way to balance that out with what the role of our bureaucracy is. I did a little checking in terms of political science of bureaucracy, and bureaucrats are rational actors. They're asking, and their role involves increasing the budget and increasing their power. That's a rational thing to do to protect their budgets and increase them. In some cases, it may mean mission creep. I think that may have happened in Tacoma Park as we've gone beyond our means as our population has remained essentially flat. Yet we continue to grow new programs and perhaps underpay employees. So our city manager has put together a proposal with the likely increase of taxes due to the reduction in that without a tax reduction. In other words, with tax assessments going up and a flat tax rate, it means the taxes will go up for all of us, and it will affect those on fixed incomes that much more. We need to think about those people. I know that you do, and you need to think very seriously about how to balance the increases, the request for increased money with the needs of the residents. What do they really need, and what can they pay for? What are our means, not the city's means, but the means of our citizens? So one of the ways to do that is performance metrics. We don't have any. We don't have any performance metrics with targets that help you do your job and help the staff do their job. It's a way to provide accountability and transparency, but we cannot do it. And that, with the lack of transparency and with the lack of performance metrics, success is subjective. That's not acceptable. That's really not acceptable. And this, it wasn't acceptable when I was on the council, and it's not acceptable again. Lastly, I'll just say, we cannot afford, many residents cannot afford to live here. So please do your best to keep the tax rate, to lower the tax rate to what is fair for people to be able to live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I've completed calling on individuals that signed up. Now I will open the floor to see if there are any residents that would like to speak on the FY27 budget. Come on down, come on down.
Hello, how are you? I did want to talk about the budget, and it seems like the process, the budget process that we see, it's like you're zombie walking from year to year. Well, the assessments went up, we got more money, let's see where we can spend it. That's costing us money. Our taxes are going up outrageously, and it keeps ballooning year after year. I think we need to think about how we're doing things. Oops, and my thing is not telling me. I'm sorry. The budget is now about 3 times what it was 20 years ago. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's going on with my computer. There it goes. The property assessments will rise, according to the budget doc, about 4.5%. Inflation is about 2.5%. So the city is going to be increasing its budget way more than inflation, and then finding things to spend it on. Where to cut? They always ask, where do you want to cut? Sidewalks. The way it is presented to you is that they give you, okay, this is only going to cost $27,000 to do this planning for this 2 or 3 blocks of sidewalk. No, it's going to cost you $2 to $3 million at least, because once you start on the planning process, it's going to go through to construction. It's not going to stop. And you have never asked the people who are going to be tasked with shoveling sidewalk and ice and snow and ice. I'm sorry, I don't know why my computer is doing this. Go away. But anyway, I think for big projects or any new projects, the city council has a demand cost benefit analysis. You need to think about how much it's going to be costing you over time. What are going to be the benefits? The process now presented by planning does not consider any of the environmental impacts of sidewalks. Impervious surfaces is one of the worst things that you can do in terms of environmental impacts, and it's not considered at all. They talk about safety. But if you look at the records in Tacoma Park, there has never been a reportable pedestrian incident on a street without a sidewalk. Every one of them has been on a street with a sidewalk. A sidewalk signals to drivers that they get to go faster. Low-cost safety measures are often ignored, like stop signs and speed humps. Where to add to the budget? Tree planting. And Rudy did not ask me to do this, but trees cost a little bit of money to plant them. They grow in value over time. They provide environmental benefits more and more every year over time, and yet it's underfunded. That's one thing to do. I also wanted to say that I think we should keep the police department. I appreciate the people who have put together the numbers on this, but one big thing is that if we want to think about our safety and how our quality of life in Tacoma Park, the county does not give a damn about the city of Tacoma Park. Just look at Sligo Creek Parkway. It's a beautiful road until you hit Tacoma Park, and then it is third world country, especially in the parts of Tacoma Park that used to be PG County. So please think more, demand thoughtful analysis of your staff, to help you think about how to spend the budget better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any, Catherine Tunis, Ward 2? Do we have any other speakers for the FY27 budget? Okay, going once, going twice. Do we have any speakers online?
I believe we have 2, so Paul Hubner and Melanie Starkey.
Okay.
So Paul Hubner
Okay,
first.
Mr. Hubner?
I don't see me. There you go. Am I on, Jesse? Okay, so I don't see me. Am I live, Jess?
We can hear you, but we can't see you just yet. Just want to make sure that your camera's on. There you go. We can see you
I'm
now.
look at anyway, so it doesn't matter that much.
We can see you
Good
now.
evening, Paul Huebner, Ward 3. I feel compelled to ask, how many of you asked your constituents about their needs? Many residents of Tacoma Park, many of our neighbors, have suffered job losses as a result of Doge. We have seen recent inflation eating into household budgets and a widespread loss of government subsidized health care. And these things will get worse. All of us are facing increases in the 5 major household expenses: rent or mortgage, health care, child care or elder care, food, and taxes. As I listen to the budget reconciliation process, I wonder who is foremost in your hearts and minds. Are you thinking about the residents of this town? All too often, few council members seem to be considering any restraint on expenditures. I find that surprising, given the financial difficulties many of our neighbors are facing. What I mostly see are increasing numbers of cost overruns and another year of budget deficits, this year acknowledged at over $2 million. I also see there is another request from the police department to spend an additional $333,000 for police equipment, with $90,000 of that for the police atrium. Additionally distressing aspect of this requested money for police equipment is that these purchases are for Warrior, not Guardian equipment. This appears to be a disguised effort to bring back the emergency response team that was eliminated by an earlier council. I suggest that everyone look closely at pages 260, 261, and 262 of the proposed budget on police expenditures. Are we creating a new SWAT team? And what have we heard from our council members? Most have been silent or have requested more spending. Do we really need $45,000 for a tree fund when Montgomery County is already offering free trees and free planting to all county residents? I implore you to recognize these financial difficulties that I've mentioned above that many of us face, especially now. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hubner. And our next commenter, Melanie
Starkey.
Melanie Starkey.
Hi. Hi, good evening. I'm Melanie Starkey. I live in Ward 2. I'm calling in and I thank you for your time. I am concerned when I hear so many people not getting paid the wages that they're deserved, concerns about tax rates and the overall fiscal responsibility of our government. I am concerned that we are paying for a local police department that is not, by all appearances, giving us the same value that we would receive from the county for taxes we're already paying to the county. I've only been here for a year, and so when I first started asking about why we had a police department, I was pretty surprised to hear it was for reasons that were resolved in the 90s. I think it's time to seriously reconsider whether we need to be spending this amount of money in a police department. I think any smart business reassesses the services received and the cost that's put into it. And based on some numbers that were shared by the council member this morning on the listserv, I'm not sure that I see the value that couldn't also be met by county services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any additional commenters? Okay, great. We're going to move on to our first budget work session, which is traffic calming and sidewalk project selection. Am I supposed to work your mics? Okay.
Just really quick, we're having a slight technical issue with the laptop here that we would share. Would you want us to wait for a second and get a backup laptop, or would you like us to start and see if
Let's just take a quick 5-minute break where you all can get the laptop and we can begin from there. No worries. Wonderful. Okay, we're going to pick up with our first budget work session. The first item is a traffic calming and sidewalk project selection.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Devin McNally here with the HCD department. I am joined by Daryl Braithwaite, our Public Works Director, and Alana Brazier, our Deputy Director at the Housing and Community Development Department. Thank you for sticking with us after a little bit of an IT trouble. We're all good to go here. So I will kick it off really quickly. This is the sidewalk and traffic calming recommendations. This list is the same list that was transmitted to council back in March. I believe it was the March 14th work session. We then provided this worksheet to council on March 19th and held it open till April 8th. We didn't get any requested changes, but I think there's one or two that might be proposed tonight. And so we're here to answer any questions. I did want to note a couple of brief things. The way that staff put together this list was a look at the technical score. So that's just simply how the project performs on the metrics. But then there were other factors that staff considered. For example, the site context and feasibility. So if there are issues that we saw, we tried to note them in the staff note. What that means, if there is no staff note, it does not mean that staff are for or against the project. It means we don't see any particular points for or against it that we thought to highlight. So it means the project is feasible and doable. In cases why we landed on the list, a lot of times it was trying to weigh up the number of projects and kind of what benefits they have. And in cases where we moved a project that had a lower technical score, we tried to include a staff note to explain why we made that decision. An example I'll point you to is the sidewalk connecting down Ritchie Avenue to Maple Avenue. Even though it's a smaller cost project, it does connect a multifamily building down to Maple Avenue instead of having people cross Ritchie Avenue, which has our public works trucks moving up and down it quite frequently. So in many cases, we tried to provide context where we could. So we are here tonight to kind of provide any answer any questions, but we are able to move the projects up and down so that you can see in that top box whether or not you need to add more money in, either in sidewalk or traffic calming, and is also hooked up to the budget reconciliation spreadsheet so that that will be reflected as you guys discuss budget reconciliation.
Mayor Cersei, may I ask one broad clarifying question?
Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. I believe in an earlier budget-related presentation, we talked a little bit about staff bandwidth for managing either the design portion of a sidewalk project or the construction year. And could you speak to that, whether that influences or factors into the number of projects that you're able to recommend?
To some degree, and I'll let Director Braithwaite jump in if I go too far afield, cost is a good proxy for bandwidth. A less complicated build is going to cost less money. A more complicated build, in particular with sidewalks, which in most cases we are designing in 1 year and then building in another year, the more complicated design will be the more complicated build and therefore require more resources, including staff time.
And so is it your opinion this evening that this would be a full complement of projects that the team could handle, or, okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
I just wanted to flag that this list in front of you is not the full complement, because we also have additional sidewalks that are funded separately on a different budget line, those that were designed in FY26. So we have a construction budget of $688,000 for them to move into construction. That's Hancock, Hammond, and Garland Avenue. They are currently in design, so we don't have exact figures for costs, but the process has been underway this current fiscal year. So that's not reflected on this list, but should everything continue and move according to plan, those would be in the construction queue in the same year as everything on this list. Yeah, and we did, I don't have a crystal ball, I wish I did, but, we have taken that into account in terms of what we think we can manage in any given fiscal year.
This will be my last follow. So typically, would you say that there's a factor like the design year takes X amount of staff time and a construction year takes a certain fraction of that in your mind?
Yeah, the design is largely done for more complicated projects by our engineering partners. So bulk of the survey work, development design, mapping, the time-intensive work is done through contract. So we're reviewing that, so it's much less staff-intensive. However, there is the community component where we have to put it on the website, we have to have community meetings, we have to answer questions. In the past, in our old system, we had multiple community meetings associated with each sidewalk design. It required a significant amount of community input and staff time. It's less clear to us how this new process is moving forward because we don't have the vote, the design vote and the construction vote. We simply had council approval in the budget. We moved into design. We're going to show the design development and assuming move forward. So, we're just in year 2 of this, really just year 1 for the design process. So it's hard to know the staff aspects for the design piece. But in general, because it's largely done by consultants, it will be much less time intensive. Construction, however, will be very hands-on, requiring significant amount of time for our construction manager, be, basically full-time during the process for construction.
Okay, are there any other questions? I can actually kick us off. One of the questions that I have, and I think it kind of piggybacks a little bit off of Councilmember Schlegel's question, but it's not exactly related to the sidewalk and traffic calming work, but are we proposing, I know that we've done a lot of traffic studies, and we've learned that the traffic studies take more time than I think we all anticipate. We're not proposing any new traffic study. Are we proposing new traffic study? We're not. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that we are not proposing any new traffic studies, simply because I know that we have a little bit of a backlog. There's a few that needs to get through.
Yeah, those same 3 from FY26, one will roll into 27 and the other's about to get started. So there are still traffic studies underway. One is completed, the other 2 are yet to start.
Yeah, thank you, and that's really helpful. And so one of the things that I just wanted to, because typically traffic calming can happen a little faster than the sidewalks, are in terms of capacity for the sidewalks that are being noted here, in terms of what's been included in the cost estimate, do we feel like this is a reasonable number of projects that could be initiated and as close to completion, depending on resident engagement? I'm gonna be really transparent, that you could feasibly get through, if all things perfect, get through within FY27, or are we gonna have some carryover?
That is a good question. One of the unique things about this list that you see in front of you tonight for sidewalks is kind of very different from last year. We've got several that we assume can be completed. They're fairly simple, fairly short, fairly straightforward, and we don't have a design component because we'll be doing that in-house. And, flagging the Oswego Avenue, which is one very small section from Hefner Park to the end of the road where Public Works is. Similar on Ritchie Avenue from 7610 down to Maple Avenue, very short sections. And then the Kansas Lane, again, it's an existing situation where the staff are going to design the sidewalk that is currently an undersized path. So we've got several that are able to be constructed in that, projected to be constructed in that fiscal year. And they are very finite and relatively simple. And then we have two that will be more complex and more the typical design like we're currently doing now. It's a very reasonable list of projects at this point. And again, we are assuming that we're moving into construction on the other three. So we do have two construction contractors that the city works with, NZI Construction and DNF. We don't know yet whether we'll need to have both of our construction partners at work when we're making this progress. So much of it depends on weather and schedules and when things are ready to go. It's a little bit of some unknowns. For instance, this year we're planning to do a lot over the winter with stormwater that we weren't able to do, lost 6 weeks of time. So hopefully we won't have that again, because then those stormwater projects are now backing up with the sidewalk and other projects. So anyway, it's a little bit of an unknown, but we're trying to portray a realistic work schedule.
Great, thank you so much. Councilmember Landman.
This is partly a budget question and partly a sustainability question. I took note again of the progress on the Chestnut Avenue sidewalks, where part of the sidewalk is going into what had been the street, and that was mentioned actually by one of our commentators this evening, that, you know, the additional impermeable surfaces when you put in sidewalks. So my question has to do with whether, as you design the sidewalks and consider the costs, whether looking to basically put an impermeable surface onto what had been a roadway is a factor that you consider, and how you evaluate that, both the cost perspective and the impermeable surfaces as you do that, and how if it has an effect one way or the other on the price.
It's absolutely a major component, major factor that's right up front. Our design folks take a look. The job one is to do a survey and mapping of the existing condition to find out where the right-of-way is. Another important part of that is tree locations, sidewalk, utility pole locations, driveway aprons, all those existing conditions. And so that really, the existing real-world conditions drive the design. For instance, we're going to have our meeting on Hancock here shortly. Significant tree impacts if we were to build behind a curb. Hence, the recommendation is going to be to bump out a portion of that into the street. So there's a number of factors: slope, trees, parking, priority, parking stress. All those things kind of get weighed together, and we make a recommendation. We're oftentimes designing or developing a design for either side so that we can weigh those factors, which has more impacts, which has less, which is going to be more constructible. And so all those things go into a recommendation as to where the sidewalk will ultimately go.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Councilmember Wesselek.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for putting this all together. I was thinking during the public comments how one asked if we are actually doing what residents want us to be doing. And I can tell you, making New Hampshire Gardens part of Ward 6 safer is absolutely the top thing that residents have told me they want. So I'm very happy that we as a city we have so many things in the queue to kind of work on that and make that better. So thank you all for that. I have two questions. One is that I believe that for the traffic study for Ward 6, more sidewalks were recommended, but they didn't make this list, but they would, in consideration for future budget years. Is that correct? Was that a correct understanding?
Yes, they identified those areas that they thought would help with connectivity, and I think the recommendation we have in front of you tonight just has a couple of those.
Okay.
And the others would be put onto that long list on the additional pages of non-recommended projects.
Okay, great. And one other question about something in the non-recommended, sorry. The non-recommended for traffic calming at Wildwood and Kirkland, where one of the traffic circles is. I thought that was an intersection that was on the list to be enhanced, but maybe can you remind me what the state for that is?
Yeah, so that is one of the ones that was put out for enhancements. My recollection, and I'm looking at Daryl to remind me if I
Are you
missed.
saying Kirkland or?
No, this is
Yes.
Wildwood at, yes,
Yeah.
Kirkland.
Okay, so that's not on.
It's not on the recommended. So there were two circles that were proposed for being transitioned back into enhanced intersections. So we are moving forward with one and then tackling the other. We're also hoping that there might be a chance for grant money for one of them. So that would also change if we could do that. But that would be subject to capacity of staff as well.
Okay. Thank you. If you could, that might be helpful in the staff note, because I couldn't remember, but that's right. We talked about doing the one at Kingwood, seeing how that goes, lessons learned before we do Kirkland. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Westland. Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you. I think everyone here has probably heard this in an email I sent to folks, but just want to say it to the public too. I would like to propose that we add Brighton Avenue to the reconciliation list. It has been already assessed by the staff, just that section at 45,000 estimate for design. I want to point out to my colleagues that some of the thinking that I have on this is that it's rated a 62, and I do see that on this current sidewalk list, there are some others that are above it. You might look at some of the line items for the pricing on some of those, some of the complications that exist. But I do want to point out that there is not any traffic calming or any sidewalk project anywhere in Ward 5 that has been proposed for this fiscal year. And so this is really quite I feel, a reasonable ask. Also, this is, our ward is one of the areas with some of the fewest traffic calming, at least in the city historically. So it's definitely something that I think should be strongly considered. I do want to share with everyone, including the staff, that this particular piece of sidewalk has not explicitly been requested by almost anyone in my community. This is something that I walked around extensively and looked at what the situation was, who is impacted. And to me, this is one of the greatest value added that we could invest in the name of equity and the numbers of people who don't generally engage with our government, people in this particular area that I think gets overlooked. And so we may not get pats on the back for doing this directly here in the council in the public forum, but so I want everybody to be aware of that. I think it will rectify some longstanding handicap accessibility or ADA accessibility issues related to some of our affordable housing. I think it'll help a lot of folks who are coming from multiple affordable housing units get to and from the busing areas. And Brighton is a fairly narrow street with a lot of traffic that goes up and down it due to the design of that particular area. So thus my advocating. And now I ask my question, which is, do you feel like this, my proposing this will significantly impact on your overall workload in a way that we would do right by you to try to pull one off or propose something, discuss something? And do you have any concerns about adding Brighton?
Sorry. I think it's a workable addition. Always looking for ways to balance, balance things on the list. But I think, again, because we're talking about design, which is largely done through our design engineering partners, we'll be handing over these designs in groups to our partners, and they'll be, assigned to do that work. One of the challenges that we will need to deal with is it's an area that has some private, it has private streetlights that will be impacted, and it's got trees. So, we don't know yet what the issues and complexities are around that. So that may make it a bit more complicated, and it will speed up the process by which we have to talk to that property owner. To just make them aware.
Does that mean that are you looking at both sides of the street when you're looking at Brighton then, or are you just really looking at one side? Because there's one side, I believe, with streetlights. I was really thinking that you were more likely to construct on the other side where there, yes, are trees, but that's where the access to their handicap parking spaces are.
Yeah.
And there is a current, anyway, we could talk about this offline, but I am hopeful that you'll look at both sides and maybe you already
Yeah,
have.
we can certainly ask, in many of our designs, we ask for both. In staff's evaluation of that, their sense is that space between the parking lot, that almost looks like a median is more suited, best suited for a sidewalk, and there's lots of issues with that we could go into. But we could potentially ask for them to evaluate both.
For the record, in terms of the way that pedestrians behave, I think that it is very important that we take a hard look at how the feasibility of putting it on the other side, simply because that's the fastest route to get to the places that are most highly used. And I'm afraid people wouldn't actually then use our sidewalk adequately, and it wouldn't rectify the concerns I have about ADA. But we can
Understood.
further
Yep.
the conversation later.
The
I just
challenge
want
is,
to
of course,
have that
is
in the public
always
domain.
the curb ramps and their crossings. So we have to
Yes.
figure out where their crossing is, and there's some challenges with it at dead end.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember DeBaller.
Thank you. Mostly, I just have, there's only two on the recommended list for Ward 2 for this year. So I don't have a lot to say, but I do have some to say. First of all, thank you for including money for potentially constructing a Garland Avenue sidewalk, recognizing that we haven't had the meeting yet where people see which side of the street makes more sense, if any, and what we do about it. Compared to last year, when there were, as you recall, there were a lot of people who really wanted the Garland Avenue sidewalk. I'm not hearing a lot from Ward 2 residents about any of this, which is kind of interesting. But I do feel it's important to note that I've had several comments, particularly about Garland and Elm, and Larch, which is on the not recommended list, with respect to being careful about the trees in the design, and that's just something to note. I've had some people say that they would like to, let's be specific, I've had 3 people say that they want to know why Central, even though it says very clearly why Central is put in the not recommended right now pile. But there's some interest in seeing that. And as far as the Elm Avenue sidewalk, I've had 4 people say that they really want it, 3 people say that they really don't, and 2 people who are deeply concerned about the trees but think the sidewalk idea is okay if you can work around the trees. So it's not a powerful, like it was last year, it's not a powerful must do, must not. So I just want everybody to know that. I didn't hear a lot about moving up any of the ones, other than what I said about Central. I didn't hear a lot about moving them up, but I did have one question about the State Highway one, the north side of Ethan Allen. It says in your notes that it would require SHA approval. So would you first do a design? It's on the not recommended list, but if it comes back again, would you first do a design and then go to SHA, or would you go to SHA and sound the idea out first? You're shaking your head yes, A or B.
We would definitely want to speak with SHA before launching into design
That's something
work.
we might want to think about, because if it's not possible at all, then that's easy to say to people, yeah, it's not possible. Okay. And on the very last one, Jackson Avenue, second to last on the do not do list. No, sorry. I meant Prince George's Avenue, the Continental crosswalks. Are you planning to do them, or are you recommending the Continental crosswalks? And there's something you need the council to do on that. I'm on the very last page of the not recommended.
So this was looking at raised crosswalks.
Right, and so it says that you would include Continental crosswalks instead, and I'm just asking if that's a plan that you've got, or if you need the council to do something. Okay.
No, we don't need it.
Thank you, because I think people in that neighborhood like that solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dabala. Councilmember Gilbert.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Braithwaite, just really quick, if you could help me visualize what stretch of Jefferson Avenue is being addressed with that resident sidewalk request?
Jefferson. Wait. Run that by me again. Which are, is this on the not recommended list?
Is it not?
This is Jefferson.
At sidewalk or traffic calming?
Sidewalk, page,
I want to point.
page 2.
Number 4, and it's at the recommended. Oh, sorry, yep. Oh, this is that section between the apartment building, right as you're at Maple and Ritchie. It's about 300 feet of area that goes from 7610 down to Maple Avenue, so it's a very short stretch of roadway. This points out the city's policy is not to add sidewalks onto one side of a street when we have them existing on the other. However, there's a unique condition here in that there's a large population in that apartment building that walks currently down the street to get to Maple Avenue. They're not going to cross the road to get to the
Jefferson
sidewalk.
Avenue.
Yeah,
Jefferson Avenue.
so this is
Jefferson and Lincoln?
the
I'm
loop
in the
around
wrong.
Jefferson. So on Lincoln Avenue, we already have a sidewalk on one side of
Okay.
the roadway. And then Jefferson is a tertiary street. So in many cases, it's fairly safe to walk on the roadway. And so when looking at this, we would only construct on Jefferson because there is already a crosswalk, or there's already a sidewalk on Lincoln Avenue. So the pricing is only for adding a sidewalk on Jefferson. And so that's what's costed out there. But that is a primary reason why staff isn't recommending it at this time.
Sorry about that. I was
That's
hooked
okay.
on Maple and Ritchie, yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
Thank
And again, that pricing is design only, so construction would be additional funds. Mhm.
Okay.
Mayor, point
Thank
of
you.
order, may I speak to that particular item?
Go right ahead, Councilmember Hazard.
Thank you. I just want to say to my colleague, I'm seeing that is in your ward. I am seeing that it is rated more highly by the staff than the one on Brighton that I have proposed. And I just want to share with you, depending on how many people you think that is impacting, I would open a dialogue with you on whether it's worth looking at both of those in the current fiscal year. I need to take a look at that myself just to better understand. And I just want to note too, I don't know much about the one in Ward 3 that's rated 52 on the list, as well as, I guess the other ones are in Ward 4, but I don't, and I haven't had a chance to have a more in-depth dialogue with my colleague for Ward 3 about that one, but it might be worth discussing whether more than one of these is worth putting on the list and removing something else to make sure that the staff's workload is reasonable. But I think that Kansas Lane is one of the ones you said was super, super easy. Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
we'll be doing design and construction in-house.
In-house.
That won't go
Okay,
outside
yeah,
for design.
all things to think about. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanzak and Gilbert. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. I wanted to say first that I respect the staff professional decision and process that has postponed recommendation on the Fifth Avenue segment. And I'll look forward to just continued dialogue. And does it stay on the list, or should residents bring it forward again?
Yeah, so unfunded projects move forward to next year. So, all the projects on here are deemed feasible by staff. It's now a matter of just when is it an appropriate time to either move it forward or it'll just stay on the queue.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the Brighton Avenue proposal, does Brighton Avenue have a secondary designation or a tertiary? It leads to a few dead ends. However, there are lots of parking lots back in there, so I wondered how you would classify a street like that.
Yeah, so so we don't have necessarily, I should say when I used tertiary, that was more colloquial. We don't
okay.
necessarily have a classification for streets so far in the city. But it's certainly one of the things that Brighton does connect to is a number of apartment complexes. Some of them are small scale multifamily on Brighton Court. But then also there is an apartment complex the further you go back that actually is kind of a main point of entry for cars.
Okay.
If I may interject, there are actually two very, very large units, 636 and one that's backs up from Roanoke and it exits onto Brighton Court too. Yeah, I think that one gets missed a lot just because it's not that obvious.
And you're saying Brighton Court, you mean Houston Court?
He meant Houston Court. Yeah, Houston
Oh,
Court and
Brighton
Roanoke.
Avenue, yeah.
Yeah, Brighton
goes
Avenue
to
connects to
Court,
Houston
and so
Court.
Brighton
Brighton
Avenue.
Avenue is a dead end, but Houston Court tees into it.
Yeah. And so related to that, when I examine that area, I see that the not on that side that you described as having the median, which is the west side, but on the east side, the apartment complex has a stepping stone pathway that's set about maybe 20 feet in from the roadway. That's the side that has the issues with the private streetlights and everything. Is there any opportunity for a property owner to seek grant money to transform a stepping stone sidewalk into something that would approximate an ADA sidewalk?
Not particularly. Usually for multifamily buildings, and I can't remember, I believe that's 636 Houston, or is that, I can't remember which one it is, or Cambridge and Winslow.
It's the Cambridge.
Winslow. Yeah.
Thank you. So yeah, well, that's an affordable housing complex, and they certainly have requirements around access. It would be more focused usually on unit and building improvements, typically.
Okay.
In terms of our sidewalk process, we stay away from private property.
Yeah, I just wondered whether if it didn't go forward, whether there's any other path by which the city could work with a property owner to improve an existing pathway, not necessarily with city funds, but with coordinating a grant or something like that. Okay. I wanted to ask about just regarding the Garland sidewalk design and the fact that there's still uncertainty about which side of the street, and then also that Ward 2 traffic study is going to be starting soon. Do staff foresee waiting for the Ward 2 traffic study to finalize a sidewalk design there? Would those things be interacting with each other in any way?
Potentially,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I think there might, my sense of it would be they would be, in a traffic study, it's more looking at traffic patterns and safety, and so it will be recommending sidewalk network improvements, but it wouldn't necessarily be saying which side of the street to put it on. Typically at that level, you're looking at a little bit higher up and more looking at circulation and flow of pedestrians, cars, bicycles. So I don't think it would have that much of an impact on our design work that we've done already.
Okay, thanks.
So that particular neighborhood is kind of unique in that it's enclosed,
Yeah.
Long Branch Sligo is really a world in and of itself, and those streets all interact and work together in terms of the residents. So, there are car flows and there are pedestrian flows and bike flows. It all kind of gets mixed in.
Sure. And last thing, I appreciate the proposal for Ritchie Avenue. It's very steep there as well, and that apartment building you described is really isolated from a pedestrian standpoint. I just for the record, because we're talking about the Maple Avenue connector still and potential impacts on parking, would the addition of a sidewalk there change parking counts for the whole Maple Avenue area that might affect building tenants who are looking for parking on the street?
You're talking about the addition of the section of sidewalk on Ritchie to connect to Maple? Yeah, it would be behind the curb. It would not be affecting parking.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, just a point of clarification for staff. Director McNally, you mentioned that projects that are feasible but not recommended for the current year move on to subsequent years. I want to clarify for council that that means that they are considered in future years, but not necessarily automatically placed into the queue for design and construction. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wesselek?
Thank you. I have a question, and it might be better for follow-up, but I believe we have, but do we have an analysis of how many of the roads have sidewalks by ward?
We have a map of all of our sidewalks, including proposed sidewalks, but I don't know if we necessarily have a count of like.
Linear feet. I mean, it's
Yeah.
in GIS, so we could probably calculate that. The ward maps are on GIS layer, as so are the sidewalks. I don't think we've ever evaluated it before.
Okay, I would just be curious about how many of the roadways in Ward 9 versus Ward 10, how many have sidewalks in terms of equity? Just curious. Thank you.
May I quickly say, if you glance at the GIS map, it's evident immediately where the gaps are, just on a visual basis. It may not linear feet, but you can pretty much eyeball it and see how extensive they are in certain areas and not in other areas. It's worth taking a look at that map, I think.
It's on the city's website.
Thank you, Councilmember Wesselek. And I will just say that the city has been, over the years, making a concerted effort to try to close that equity gap, particularly in wards 5 and 6. I know all of the Wildwood.
And 4.
Yep, and 4 too, and the
Ritchie.
Glenside and the Flower Ave, and so that's not to say that there's still, we don't have more work to do, but I will just be transparent in saying that there was an inequitable distribution of traffic calming and sidewalks throughout the city. The city recognized that and has been working gradually to try to address that gap. Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, just really quickly, I meant to ask. So take, for example, Garland Avenue or Brighton Avenue. You do design, and the design comes out as not ideal and at meeting the goal and really expensive. So is there a third option when you present to present the results of a design study, this side, that side, or no side because it doesn't make sense anymore?
Well, that's a good question. We haven't quite got there yet. There are potentially sidewalks that we're looking at in design in this fiscal year that will be a challenge to build.
That's why I'm asking.
Councilmember Westlake was on the community meeting on Hammond Avenue. It's going to be a very challenging sidewalk to build. Not particularly long, but very impactful, and parking is a high premium there. So it could be that those don't move forward into construction recommendation, potentially. We don't know yet what to anticipate or how community feedback will be incorporated into this process, because this is basically, we're getting the community feedback at the front end into the recommendation, into the request, into the application process. And the assumption has been, if it ranks out, goes through the process, and there's a variety of factors that indicate it's a candidate for sidewalk, it's going to move through the design process and into construction. So we haven't real-worlded that yet.
Yeah, because real world is once you show up with the survey folks on Garland Avenue, the people who have opinions come out and talk to them. Yeah, and let them know what they think, and that'll just keep happening. Garland Avenue, most people are very much still on board. I was just using it as an example because it is so clearly something that most people want. Thank you.
Yeah, and the other kind of thing to point out is the construction money that's in the capital budget for those sidewalks is not part of what we're discussing this evening. So the assumption is if it remains, those sidewalks will be constructed. Again, there may be conditions and situations that create a problem that we can't move forward, to which point we'll be communicating that with the council and you'll be aware.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Honzak?
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to Councilmember Westlake, the issue that you addressed, and Councilmember Landman, you're right, you can see the sidewalks. I took actually some time last year and the year before to take a very close look at those maps, and just thought I'd give everybody some data, including you, but in the public domain. So I don't have the sidewalk numbers, but what I think is a good way to look at it rather than counting sidewalks would be to see how many how many pieces of street have no sidewalks, and have those issues been addressed, particularly in some of our highest density areas. And then also are there areas that have 2 sidewalks, and kind of taking a look at that kind of inequity where the numbers don't necessarily, sort of the numbers of people that might be passing there may not bear out. It's more about historical inequities, and that does become quite apparent on the map. And I think the Flower Avenue project, for example, in Ward 5 made such an extraordinary difference in Ward 5. I do still think there is more work to be done, such as Brighton. But on speed humps, just to give, and that's not the only kind of traffic calming that the city does, but just listen to this. Ward 1 has 54 speed humps, Ward 2 has 45, Ward 3 has 56, Ward 4 has 13, Ward 6 has 30, and Ward 5 has 7.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Okay, so I do want to kind of bring us back, and thank you for sharing that data. I do want to bring us back to total funding and just remind everyone of what we're going to ultimately need to decide. So just to refresh everyone's memory, staff have allocated within the budget, and if I'm reading this correctly, which I hope I am, about $500,000 for these sidewalk and traffic calming projects. And I just, Director McNally, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, so there's $200,000 for traffic calming projects, and that is in our general fund CIP. And then there's $300,000 for sidewalk design / construction, which is in the red light stop sign camera fund.
Okay. And so just being mindful of, there are some discussions regarding addition and potential deletions. And that just means that if we go over, the staff recommended allocations puts us at about $10,000 under what is in the budget currently for these types of projects. It would be helpful to at least get an idea right now. I know that Councilmember Honzak brought up adding Brighton for 45,000. And so I just want to know whether or not there are any additional items that either people are recommending removal or addition at this time.
Could we just get a minute to glance at the spreadsheet?
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you.
Just ask for a minute to look at the spreadsheet. Okay. Now, one of the things that I will say while folks are looking things over, this one is particularly tricky, a little more tricky than the last one, because there are a number of items that are a little on the lower ranking because of, like, for example, in the traffic calming area, but it's primarily because they're part of these larger efforts in terms of the Ward 6 traffic study and addressing all of the things associated with the traffic study. And there are some economies and efficiencies of scale to just really try to knock all of those things out in that area around the same time. So I'm not immediately seeing where there are strong items for to recommend for deletion, particularly in the traffic calming area, but I could be missing something that folks don't know. Again, I just think that this one, because we have some of these traffic study results that are coming through, it's kind of making things a little bit trickier where you kind of want to say, all right, we have this traffic study, we have all of these findings, let's knock this neighborhood out, so to speak, and then move on to the next one. Councilmember DeBala, I see your light.
Yeah, yeah, in that spirit, the Cockerell is not part of that whole Ward 6 package. So there's a few that are rated in the 40s that are not. I'm not inclined to cut anything. I'm just saying along those, why would they have made the cut if they were rated so low? And on the sidewalks, the same question. There's one rated 52, which is a lot lower than the others. Why did they make the cut? So it's just a question.
Yeah. So in most of the cases when we were not recommending a project, we tried to provide a reason, but other reasons included kind of just what projects were kind of feasible, doable, or kind of the best bang for buck. So in the case of the traffic calming, I think pretty much every other one had a specific reason on why it wasn't included. For sidewalks, there's a lot of good sidewalk projects out there, so it became a little bit trickier. So for example, on Kansas, we already have kind of, I think it's 3 feet of sidewalk, 2 feet.
2.5.
And so we can just pull it out a little bit more, which makes it a very simple project by relative to other sidewalk projects. And it also connects down into DC. So there are kind of contextual reasons for why these projects are beyond just the scoring, which formed a big part of it, but was not the whole picture.
Yeah, and for those of you that's been around a while, the Pinecrest neighborhood made a big request years ago for sidewalks, and some were done and some were not. Kansas was one that was identified in that time frame and wasn't moved forward. So it's long been on, at least at a staff level, an awareness of a need to improve conditions there. But it does tie into Westmoreland sidewalk, which was a new sidewalk built by the city. So, you know, there's some of those that have been in the works for a while. I did want to make sure that we have a public conversation about the recommendations in the Ward 6 area, particularly related to time restrictions. So if we run out of time, Councilmember Wesolek, I want to make sure that we're publicly identifying that. That is a recommendation from the traffic engineering, traffic study design. It will be a first in the city of Tacoma Park, other than the turn restriction at Jackson Avenue and Ethan Allen. So we're looking at bifurcating that neighborhood and putting in turn restrictions at morning and evening rush at Jackson Avenue. So you've got the north part of New Hampshire Gardens that will be able to, that will hit a turn restriction at Jackson, and the south side that will hit a turn restriction. So that's in effect addressing that issue of cut-through traffic going off state highways and driving through the neighborhood. It'll affect the residents in that neighborhood, as will it also affect commuters in that neighborhood. But that is a recommendation that has been developed, and the neighborhood has been aware of that through the traffic engineering studies that were done and the community meetings that were done. So we are moving that forward, and this will be a pretty big deal. Yeah.
Can't wait.
Yeah. Less of a big deal, but also a first for the city will be the reduction in speed limits that's also proposed to 20 miles an hour in that neighborhood. So that again is, you know, don't want to miss that. Those two things are fairly significant traffic calming measures that the city is instituting or recommending to be instituted. That will kind of become a cornerstone.
Right. Councilmember Landman.
Those must be, those turning restrictions, those would be the biggest bang for the buck because they cost $500, but they're going to impact everybody's life. So
Yes.
it's an
Yeah.
interesting,
Yeah.
that's not what I wanted to say. I wanted to say that we have some recommendations in the reconciliation, I believe, for cuts or previously planned spending that is being taken off the list for the red light camera fund. if I'm not mistaken, from the police department list of equipment and so forth. And that is, as I understand it, and I recognize I'm new to this, that's the source for some of the funding here. And so I bring that up because it might potentially be logical for us to look at some of that available funding that would otherwise have been devoted to those safety measures to be reallocated in this direction. And that would be, one way for us to meet the $35,000 differential between what is available and what is in the existing budget, and, possibly moving some of the spending around. And so that's something I wanted to just pose in the context of, if this additional project were added to your workload, whether it would be a workload overload that we need to look to remove something in order to add something, or whether it could be accommodated with your existing staff availability, before I propose anything like that, or anybody does, to understand that better.
Yeah, I think a project or maybe two would be a workable amount. I think anything more than that, and we'd probably want to see some projects come off this list.
Yeah,
to
and it really
balance.
depends on, if it's a traffic study, that's a huge lift.
Yeah.
If it's a design, again, that's largely done by consultants. If it's a city's hands-on construction, then it's, again, one that we need to weigh with other projects.
Thank you.
So I just want to make sure that we're clear. And Councilmember Landman, I hear you. It's a little tricky to start figuring out how to make up the dollars and the cents until we get to the next work session, where we'll actually see the spreadsheet and see where we are. But I recognize your point, and I hear you and agree. I think the bigger question is, depending on which items are on the floor for addition, would determine whether or not staff could potentially have the capacity to take them on. Sounds like, and definitely correct me if I'm wrong, on face value, up to 2 additional projects could be feasible depending on the nature of those projects. Okay. Right now, there's one additional item on the table that Councilmember Hanzak has proposed, and that is Brighton at $45,000. And I'm not exactly sure, because I know that Councilmember Gilbert, I know that there was the question regarding Jefferson and Lincoln. I'm not sure if you're still there.
My question, just a question of clarity, Mayor.
Just a clarity, okay. So I just want to check to see if there's any other items that are on the floor besides Councilmember Hanzak's Brighton Avenue item. Okay, Councilmember Schlegel.
This is not related to that, but, so I'll hold off in case there are responses on that.
Mine's related to a question on Kansas.
Okay. I was going to speak about Kansas. Regarding Kansas, for my colleagues, right now it's one of those situations where you have the curb plus about this much of a somewhat sloping extra piece. So it is about 2.5 feet, and then there's a chain link fence right there. At one end of the block is the bus stop on Eastern Avenue, and at the other end is the children's bus stop at Westmoreland. Across the street is the Darlene Apartments. So to contextualize it a little bit more for you, the Section D of the new Ave bikeway would be snaking through the neighborhood, making a turn down Westmoreland and then another hard turn onto that block of Kansas where this sidewalk is proposed. So if when you look up into DC, they are hardening their bikeway on Kansas right now because the Met Branch Trail at the top of the hill is open. So they are going to be encouraging more bike traffic, and I think we should expect it and hope for it. And so the separation from pedestrians, I think, for a modest cost makes sense there.
Thank you for that clarity. I appreciate it. I was just looking at it on a map.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Seeing no additional lights or questions on this item, So just want to make sure that I'm kind of summarizing it for folks so that we're all clear as we get ready to dive deep into additional budget reconciliation items. It sounds like, for the most part, council is okay with the recommended projects to move forward in addition to the Brighton Ave Ward 5 item. Okay, I'm not seeing any.
Just to be, have we signaled that we're approving the Brighton Ave item, or we're waiting to see how things come out with the
Correct.
figures?
So the
Okay.
goal right
All
now
right,
is
thank
to
you.
make sure that Brighton is added to the reconciliation list as an item that we would ultimately need to vote on.
Clear.
And and just as a reminder for everyone, we will be voting on the final list of items that are included in the sidewalk and traffic calming projects. That's a separate resolution, but it is important for us to make sure that we have that list as we go into the next work session in terms of the actual reconciliation items. It is also helpful to kind of figure out how you need to move things around in terms of where we ultimately land with the budget. Okay, all right. So with that, just as a reminder, and I just want to remind folks, we have the recommended items that we've discussed, and then there's also the Brighton Ave item that we'll also need to make sure we have available on the reconciliation list. Okay, so with that, we are going to move forward to our next work session. And that is the budget reconciliation list. All right, so.
Madam Mayor, could I just ask the staff, we were given, and this is just because time has been developing, we were given two different versions. Can you tell us the distinguishing characteristics between the old and the new, so we know which one to rip up and set aside and which one to turn to, or if there's somebody who could do that for us, because they're, almost identical in appearance?
All right, so I distributed tonight a version that was the latest one that we had gotten from finance. So it is more recent than the one that was in your packet.
I don't
Some
think
of us have
that's,
mixed them up by
yeah, they
Oh,
don't,
I
they don't
see.
have any date stamp on it, or time
You know,
stamp,
that,
so.
that's a question for
Yeah.
perhaps one of the managers might have a
Yeah,
answer for
if
that.
there's like a
If
line
you
on the
look at
front page.
if
Susan,
you look at the police proposed reductions, the one that differentiates the costs more is the newer one. So one, I think, has those costs all as 145. The other should have more detail in that cost. Do you see that?
Yeah.
I don't have both of them, by the way, so I'm not sure.
So I just, to make everybody's lives a little easier, you have two reconciliation sheets. There's one that includes a city manager proposed item of a decrease of the FY '27 public park revenue of $45,000. And I just want to confirm that that is the newest item.
The one that has the utility tax of 568 on the first page is the newest one.
Okay, I just want to confirm, once again, that the utility tax and the decrease in the FY '27 public park revenue, is that not an item? The decrease of the FY '27 public park revenue item showing is proposed by the city manager for $45,000.
It should have, if there's one that has that and one that does not, the one that does have it is the right one.
Okay, so that is the correct item.
Yeah.
All right. Yep.
If I may, Madam Mayor, any new items that we found out the reconciliation amount, or we had done research on these reconciliation items, it's highlighted in blue. So it's difficult to see because of the background color, but on the revenue side, the increase of the utility tax from 1.75 to $5, and because we just got the assessable value from the state, and the assessable value for fiscal year '27 is $16,686,760 times that of $5 and divided by 100 is the amount of $834,338. And compare that to last year, to the original budgeted amount, which is $265,521. The increase of the revenue is in the amount, which is $568,817. So this is the first item change in the reconciliation sheet for the revenue. The second item is the decrease of the public park revenue is a decrease of $45,000 because of the reduced estimate revenue due to the potential lower occupancy. So these two are the new items that is changed or adjusted in the revenue section of the general fund.
Thank you so much. I have a question. I have we, and I apologize if this was already in some of the materials that we've received in terms of Q&A. Did we confirm that the increase in the utility tax is applicable to everyone and not just the residents of Tacoma Park? I just want to confirm that because I find it sometimes a little weird that communities can just unilaterally increase the taxes, increase the utility costs for everyone without the other neighboring communities not having a say-so in it. So
I actually confirmed that with the state assessor, and his name is John Almendares, and he confirmed that on his email on April 17. He's saying that the increase of the utility tax is not localized. Utility tax rates are spread across all customers in the service area, not just in Tacoma Park residents.
okay, and so our service area, do we have a specific service area, or is it just anyone that's on like Pepco, for example?
It's actually everyone that is using the utility. For
The
example,
utility
they're using Pepco or they're using the Washington Gas. Everyone who's using it is affected by this tax rate increase.
Okay. Well, it's a tax. I mean, it just is what it is. It would be like increasing this amount
Yeah.
would basically result in a tax. It may be less felt, but it would still be a tax, particularly given that utility rates have increased and we know that people are struggling with that.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question on this matter? For the service area, though, I mean, are we talking like Montgomery County, or are we talking the entire DMV area? Like, what?
The service area is actually anyone who's using the Pepco service.
But wait, like,
Yeah,
where
yeah.
though?
It's based on the assessable value of the property and with that utility company. So the impact to the county is very minimal. According to him, let me see.
I guess I'm trying to get a sense of, are we like 2% of this huge service area? Are we a quarter of the service area?
think I have an answer
He actually said that Tacoma Park represent only 0.65% of the total utility operating base in the Montgomery County. Okay, 0.65%. So, so the impact on the county overall is very small, but it is the rate increase. It will be reflected in the future if the utility company is passing on the tax rate increase to everybody else.
Thank you
If I-
so much.
if I
Thank
could
you.
speak to that.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. Yeah, so I was just looking it up, that Pepco has just below or just above 900,000 customers. So those would be households. And so I would assume we have quite a few less than, I don't know how many households we have in Tacoma Park, but it's not 17,000. And then I just did the quick math that the 0.65% of the 586,000 in round numbers would be just over $3,800 more that would be spread out among our customers, 3,800 among our customers. So it sounds like it would be a matter of maybe $1 to $3 per customer per household in Tacoma Park would be added to their Pepco bill.
That doesn't sound right.
Councilmember DeBala.
I was just wondering if this was a time to suggest an alternative increase to the utility tax, or are we not doing that right now, since we're on this topic? Because raising it that much that quickly makes me nervous too, but I was gonna propose a slightly less ambitious increase to add to the reconciliation list, but if this is not the time to do that, I'll hold off.
Councilmember, given that we're already talking about this topic, you're free to make an alternative recommendation. We'll just make sure that we include this as another item for reconciliation.
Okay, so I was going to suggest increasing the utility tax from 175 to 2. So that's a 25-cent increase, very modest. And I had last year's assessed value, and I came up with $38,000. So somebody would have to redo the math for the new assessment.
I did a math with a spreadsheet. If it is a change from $1.75 to $2,
Yeah.
the revenue change is $68,213.
Thank you.
Because the accessible rate will be the same as I just mentioned.
Right.
And the total revenue is going to be $333,735. So it's an increase about $68,000 comparing to fiscal year '26.
Compared to 568,000. Yeah, so big difference.
Yeah.
Might not be worth it, but I'd like to put it on the list for now anyway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And I just want to confirm that the decrease in the FY Public Park revenue is simply, it's a reduction in the fees, or?
It's an adjustment to some assumptions about occupancy. So we are assuming a lower percentage of use on the site. As a result, need to adjust the amount of revenue received for the next fiscal year.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear about this. So when we're talking about lower occupancy, is it based on usage, or how is that determined?
So we're talking about the Junction parking lot.
Okay.
And
Now I remember what it is, yes.
Yeah, sorry, that wasn't clear.
It's parking, it says
Parking.
parks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this says public park revenue.
It should be public parking.
Okay, so public parking, okay, got it.
Yeah, lower occupancy.
I was wondering why you were looking at me so weird, because we had all this email back and forth today about this very thing. So.
Thank you. I was trying to figure out what park we had.
Yeah, okay, so this is about revenues that we would receive from the Junction parking lot, and there was an error in terms of an overestimate in the budget around what those revenues would entail, and it was slightly overestimated by 45,000.
Yeah.
Councilmember Landman.
I want to revert to the previous topic of the size of the utility tax, and remind people that we selected the figure for increase based upon what another comparable municipality in the county, Kensington, was already charging. And it is, we are in a constant search for new revenue sources to be creative in how and where we find the funding. We just learned that the impact on our local taxpayers, all of us, would be very small in comparison to the potential benefit, fiscal benefit to us. So I don't see a downside that would justify cutting back so extensively on a potential source of revenue. And nobody that I know of has been complaining loudly about Kensington, our compatriot in the municipality world. So I'm pushing back politely and respectfully to my neighbor from Ward 2 to say I would prefer that we not simply do it in small increments when this is an opportunity to have a more substantial increase in our revenues.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Councilmember DeBala, is that a light in response to Councilmember Landman?
Yeah, I just want to say that's exactly the question that the council should be considering, whether to go with the one other example of the highest, or whether to ease into this over time, like many of our compatriots have. And that's exactly what we get to vote on. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to remind everyone, we will be voting on reconciliation items next week. So not next week, Wednesday. My gosh, I feel like this is Wednesday, but it's Monday. I forget. So you at least have 24 hours to have additional conversations with your colleagues. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thanks. Yeah, you can always count on me to throw a little humor in on these long nights. So I'll just point out that maybe we should just rename it the Junction Public Park. And even though people are parking on it and it's asphalt, it would be a park then. It'd be the most unusual park in the country. On the utility tax rate, I do think that it needs to be logical. It needs to not be like some kind of seeking of a windfall. But I think that we are one of the oldest suburbs in Montgomery County. We are also in one of the hilliest areas of the county that's been built upon because we predate the establishment of MNC PPC, which controls most of the deep valleys now elsewhere in the county. We also have no underground electrical lines, whereas newer suburbs often had those put underground. And so there are many factors that make us incur greater difficulties and inconvenience and staff time when those repairs are done in this area. And so I'd also volunteer to try to reach out to someone in Kensington and hear about what their reasoning was for making that change, if I can do so tomorrow.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Honzak.
Excuse me. On that item, I'd like to ask if Director Braithwaite in particular has anything to say about substantively whether increasing in the rate such as this, even though it might feel like it has minimal financial impacts on us, has it been your experience ever that an increase in a rate such as this changes our relationship in any meaningful way with the companies?
You're talking about the utility tax? I just
Yes.
don't have any experience with that. So
Okay.
would
No, I
have
just
to-
thought I would ask
yeah.
in case you did. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to check the time and make sure we're not here all night and move us along. So it sounds like there are 3 items right now that have been added to the reconciliation list for our general fund revenues. One is an increase in the utility tax from 1.75 to 5, Councilmember Schlegel and Landman. The other is an increase in the utility tax to 1.75 to $2, with an estimate of $68,000 in additional revenue from Councilmember DeBala. And then we have a decrease in the FY27 public parking revenue, which is being proposed by the city manager at $45,000. And that puts us at a, well, we can't do that just yet because we have a couple items still here. Okay. And I just want to make sure from Councilmember Schlegel and Landman that the commercial occupancy license fee is something that is still on the list.
Where is
It
that on
is
this
in the
document?
revenue section. It is line 12.
There are no lines visible.
I'm sorry, it's on here, it is increased commercial occupancy license fee. It is line, just above the utility tax.
Yeah, I believe we discussed this and we would like to keep it in because we feel that if it were a nominal fee, it would be unlikely to lead to a business's decision to run the numbers and decide they needed to move out of the city.
And staff have some updates on some of the research we've been able to conduct to date. One of the most important things that we discovered is that the commercial occupancy licensing fee was added, we believe, in 2003, sunset in 2007, but never implemented. So the city has never taken any steps to collect that revenue or set up any processes to establish a means to collect the revenue. We have thought about what it might look like to set up such a licensing fee, and Director McNally can share a little bit about that.
Yeah. So a large part of what we'd start by doing is adding this to the Housing and Community Development Department's work plan. What we'd probably be doing is looking at a way to kind of join this with a nexus. We have several business associations too in the city that have their own fees. So if we're doing that, we might as well talk about how those fees would interact and what purpose these funds would go towards. So that would begin with speaking with our business associations and businesses that are outside those associations to kind of speak with them about kind of that fee. We'd also be looking at nearby jurisdictions. We'd specifically want to sit down with Montgomery County because if we're collecting a business, let's call it registration, licensing fee, we would certainly want to make sure that our businesses are essentially not paying double duty. We'd also be looking at kind of what would a reasonable amount would the fee be. We'd have to have some sort of licensing software. We'd have staff time devoted to kind of working towards it. So making sure that we're at least recouping those costs in addition. And then we'd develop a potential use plan for those funds and bring that back to council. And then we would have to work on implementing the fee itself. So this would be a pretty significant item for the Economic Development Division to work on. We hadn't foreseen that when we were putting together our work plan, so we'd probably have to put a hold on a couple of other pieces, in particular looking at legacy businesses or some of our policy work around the Purple Line, but we could certainly do that.
Yes. Can you describe the legacy? Councilmember Lane, DeBala, put your light on next time.
Sorry.
And you're not next. Can you explain the legacy business work?
Yeah, so legacy business work. So there's a push, particularly in communities around the country, to recognize businesses that have a long tenure within their community, and in particular make sure that they are not forgotten. And so there has been a push to recognize those businesses, to bring attention to them, particularly when they are family or first-time entrepreneurs who have made a kind of home within a community, and provide them resources, similar to kind of how business openings get a lot of resources and attention. So that's a big portion of this. And so we're putting in for a grant with NLC, and then also working with our Crossroads Development Authority on kind of a first round of legacy businesses. And we'll have more information on that coming up shortly.
Thank you. Councilmember Westlake.
Thank you. In regard to this, the commercial occupancy license fee, I'm strongly against. I think, like we've talked in the past, I think that any extra anything for our small business owners right now is just really not advisable. And I'm continually more and more concerned with the idea of how much staff time it might take for something that we still have no idea how much money it might even bring in. So I don't know. I would almost request that you all remove it because I feel like it's taking a lot of time and might not go anywhere.
Yeah.
Councilmember Landman.
So thank you very much for the research that you did do, especially what you reported to us, Deputy City Manager Eubanks, that had never been implemented in the past was information we did not have. So that is helpful. And I think that we've discussed among ourselves what the most useful direction for this to take might be. And given your description of the work involved, I think it would be productive to, since we have no figure there anyway, to simply remove it from the list of things for further research for the time being. Thank you. We're preparing a little, I've been looking into it, it's a suggestion of Councilmember Dabala from a previous council before I joined it, that an effort had been made in previous years to lay out for the city staff in the form of resolution areas that we think might merit further investigation from a budgetary or finance standpoint. So there might be, you might see this concept reemerge, especially in that form for people to take a look at, but also in the larger context of what other municipalities may or may not be doing in this area, that it might be useful for us to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Councilmember Schlegel.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm, I concur. I see the arguments about staff time, pushing aside other priorities. It's important to have learned that it was never stood up in the first place. I do think that giving staff the year looking ahead to next budget cycle just to explore this possibility might be nice in one sense, because it could be that it could become a standing opportunity to redistribute a little bit among businesses, so that it could be that that a fund coming from this could help bring in revenue from many highly successful businesses and transfer it to needy businesses, that maybe are at a disadvantage for various site reasons or location in the city. So that's the only reason I would say that I hope we can consider putting it on the research list.
Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlick, for proposing the removal of an item to reduce staff workload. But I just want to, and thank you very much, Councilmember Landman and Councilmember Schlegel, for offering to remove the item. I think that is a wise decision. I do want to make sure that guidance suggested or alluded to hereby towards staff is not misconstrued. I know staff know that if there's a majority vote, that would be the direction of travel. But Mayor, may I ask, is it possible to do a hand vote right now about whether anyone would favor them even taking such a direction of travel, or is that unnecessary?
You stole my thunder.
Okay.
I was trying to go last so we can make it clear. But thank you for that. I think I want to echo Councilmember Honzak's sentiment of the importance of, and Councilmember Westlick's point about, the current time for a number of our small businesses. And when I hear things like taking staff time away from being able to do the necessary work to support our legacy businesses and our businesses that have been tremendously impacted by the Purple Line, and recognizing that we don't have a staff of 20 devoted to these things, we have a small but mighty HCD staff, which includes one economic development manager or specialist. And so I I have strong concerns because I think that, quite frankly, if I'm being candid, some of us are asking for a lot of staff-intensive research projects that takes away critical time for them to be able to provide direct support to residents, businesses, and other council members. I'm just going to say it. And so with that, I do think that it is important, because of the intense nature of the proposal that was put forward in terms of the research effort, that we take a quick hand vote just so that we can send a very clear message to staff that we do not want them spending their time on this right now. That is the only way that it can send a very clear message that we are prioritizing the areas that our staff have prioritized, which is focusing on our legacy businesses, building relationships with our business associations, building outreach necessary for those businesses that are not within our business associations, which is something that has already been communicated, and making sure that we're able to definitely help support those businesses in our community that have been devastated by multiple years of Purple Line construction. So would someone like to move, make a motion regarding not moving forward with research on the
Just
commercial?
a point of order. Since we're in budget reconciliation, is this a budget reconciliation item to do this hand vote on a question of whether we're directing staff sometime in the year to do research?
Correct, because at the end of the day, research is staff time, which staff could come back and tell us to do this work would require 0.25 FTE. And at any point in time when there's an item that's put on the table, which I believe the two of you have, which is suggesting that staff spend research time on this matter, then our colleagues have the opportunity to make a motion to not direct staff in that staff to do that extra work.
Madam Mayor, I haven't put anything, there's nothing before the council of that nature right now because we just agreed to remove this from the list. I made a suggestion that it might appear in a draft resolution. I hear loud and clear that there's not going to be support for it in the resolution. I agree with the council member Schlegel that it's not a relevant vote now because there's nothing before the council on it now if we just took this off the list.
There can always be a motion from the floor, specifically when there is a mention of a direction to staff.
I would like to move something, Mayor.
Go right ahead.
I move that I understand Councilmember Landman and Councilmember Schlegel. I think that sometimes some of the things that we say up here, though, too, can lead to a suggestion that the council is suggesting that in some time in the future that it, in relation to this item, particularly since the staff brought up the issue of the fact that the commercial, I don't know if I have it written down here, I'm sorry, but that the commercial license fee was discussed previously but never actually fully implemented. I just want to be very, very clear here as we're having this dialogue about the direction of travel. And it may not be clear when we take a hand vote. So my motion would be this, if I get a second, that the council at this time does not directs the staff not to dedicate time to researching the viability of a commercial occupancy license fee. And I'm sorry, I haven't written that down. Does the clerk get that? Yes. Thank you. That is my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Discussion?
Councilmember Schlegel.
Does this set a precedent whereby in any work session, if any member asks staff to look further into an issue and that could take staff time, could we then be subjecting ourselves to multiple hand votes to see whether these sorts of questions need to be taken as official directions from the 7 members?
So just to be clear, when there are substantial projects that warrant a substantial amount of staff time, it is generally the practice that it is the will of the council. So it is not up to an individual council member to request a project that
Yes.
could warrant a substantial amount of time. It has to be the will of council. So if our staff has said to do this work would require a substantial amount of time, we want to send a very clear message that we don't want them working on that right now at this time. Now, it is possible that we can start working on something else, developing a resolution related to the budget, and there could be a change of direction. But what it sounds like Councilmember Hanzak is trying to say is we do not want staff right now, or she's motioning to not have staff right now do any additional research on this item because it is a substantial, it's a laborious process.
Yes, and that is precisely the terms under which we withdrew the reconciliation item. So
Withdrawing
what are
the
we voting on?
reconciliation item is saying that we do not want staff to create the commercial occupancy license fee, which would result in additional revenues, and identify the dollar amount of that work. That is not the same as saying we want staff to continue to look into this thing so that maybe a year from now we may decide to do it. Those are two separate things.
Certainly, yes.
So what we're saying right now is we're not trying to get staff to give us an estimate in terms of a dollar amount for the commercial occupancy license fee revenues. That is what you have eliminated through removing this item from the reconciliation list. What Councilmember Hanzak is saying is that she wants to go a step further to say that we don't want staff to do any additional research on this matter. Now, again, it could come up later that council could decide over the course of future resolutions to bring this thing back. But what Councilmember Hanzak, again, correct me if I'm wrong, and has proposed is that we're directing staff right now, because of the intense nature of the work, to not move forward with doing additional research on the matter right now.
If I may extrapolate, I understand that you feel you withdrew the item and that you don't want to set a precedent. The reason I am putting this forward is that I believe that it can be misconstrued, at least by the public, but even by the staff, because of the suggestion that Landman said as we closed out this item, that perhaps it should be looked into further. And there is already something in the books, and that concerns me because I don't like the idea that we aren't concurring on this. And frankly, the process that we've gone through, and now I'm going to go ahead and say something that I said privately before. Some council members, and Councilmember Schlegel, you have asked a lot, Councilmember Schlegel and Landman, you have asked a lot of our staff during this budget reconciliation process. It's taken an extraordinary amount of their time without dollar values attached to some of your asks. And it does absolutely take away from our ability for other council members to have their due time, to have the staff have enough bandwidth to work on other issues. And so it is very important to me that we are extremely clear about agreeing as a council what it is that we're asking the staff to do on our collective behalf versus one by one.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate that. I believe I will stand by all the questions that I asked, and I hope that my colleagues found the responses helpful as I did, and I'm very appreciative to staff for all of that work. I believe Councilmember Landman, in withdrawing our reconciliation item, only alluded to the idea that perhaps a research element such as that could be introduced in a future resolution. And I'll let you speak further on that, Councilmember Landman. I didn't hear you calling for staff to do anything. And if this goes to a vote, I will be voting affirmatively that we're not asking staff to do anything. I don't think this needs to go to a vote.
I'd like to, if I may, respond to Councilmember Hanzak's point. First, I'd like to say that we already have processes and procedures whereby when the city council votes on something as a resolution, that is when the council is giving direction to the staff. Everybody can hear this conversation. They can see that the direction of travel is that there is no support for pursuing this matter right now. I think it is a very bad precedent and I think it's actually bullying in a form of the council to say that you want to take a vote to say, no, we hate this idea, and we're telling you don't even think about this pink elephant that we've already told you not to think about. It strikes me as unnecessary and as trying to make a point that is already clearly not necessary to make through a vote. And I find that it is, as Councilmember Schlegel is alluding to, it suggests that in future we're going to have to vote on things, putting things in the trash can that don't have majority support. And I don't think that was necessarily the intention when it was offered, but that is the tenor of this. Now, if I were to come with a resolution next week that had a provision in it about this topic, and I would be an idiot to include it in light of the signals being sent by the council. So obviously, I'm not going to do that. But if I were to do that, there would be an opportunity for the resolution to be voted down, or for that provision to be stricken from the resolution and other elements of the resolution to be supported. We don't need to be taking a vote to send a signal, don't even think about this idea, when the idea is no longer in the budget, and I feel like it's a diversion from the budget process. And as to your point, Councilmember Honzak, that we asked a lot of questions, the only opportunity that this council has to effectuate policy is through the budget process. So if we cannot ask questions during the budget process, how do we learn and how do we make the best decisions that we can for the expenditure of our dollars?
Thank you, Councilmember Lamont, but I do want to correct a couple of matters. I hate to pick on our city clerk. I just want to make sure that I'm correct. The council has the ability to do hand votes to provide informal, immediate direction to staff. Is that correct? We've done that multiple times. We've done that a few times with this council, and we've done it multiple times with prior council, correct? The general will of the council, right? So not all of the direction that the council provides has to be written in resolution, correct? Okay, so I do want to make sure that the point stands, that the notion that the council cannot take hand votes to give immediate direction to staff is not appropriate, because that is the regular course of business that this council and prior councils have taken to provide immediate feedback to staff regarding direction. So I do want to make that point very clear. I also want to stress that I know that there may be a feeling of bullying. I don't want that to. I don't want it to be centered around us as council members and how we feel about our ideas, but more focused on staff and what they need and how clear we need to provide direction to them. And so it is really important that when we are having these discussions and when we are making these decisions, if there are points of the matter that could be ambiguous to staff, it is part of our duty to be clear and provide clear consensus amongst the council. So I don't want there to be people who feel like we're beating up an idea, because it's not about us individually. It is about how we can make sure that we're sending clear direction to staff regarding the general will of council. Now, we have a motion on the floor that has been seconded. Councilmember Honzak, did you have anything else to say regarding the matter?
I do. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to rebut. I am deeply and grossly and grotesquely offended by you suggesting that I am bullying you by asking for a hand vote. I'm sorry, Councilmember Landman, that you have chosen those words. I really think that is a very, very toxic form of discussion. I am absolutely not bullying you. I am focused on the issue at hand and giving a suggestion of the direction of travel open to a hand vote to see how many folks would agree with the opinion or not agree with the opinion that you suggested to staff that they should further research the issue in the coming year. That is a very reasonable thing to ask. And I want to go ahead, I'm going to go ahead and do a numbers game again. I agree that there are lots of questions that we all have and that we can all benefit from the answers. But there is such a thing as moderating. And at last week's council meeting, I asked if people would consider pulling back on some of their items before today. Councilmember Westlock had to ask if you would pull out this item. It was not done before today, to my knowledge. Meanwhile, in just one round of questions, Schlegel submitted 56 questions. DeBala submitted 19. Landman submitted 17. I believe I submitted 3. I don't know about the rest of my colleagues. This is a suggestion of the amount of time that is required for certain council members' questions. And so I think it is imperative that we do not ask the staff to look up numbers when before we have agreed that that is a good direction of travel. I'm sorry. I agree this is the one time of year that we have, but please, please do not use words like bullying unless you really, really mean it.
Okay, so I just want to move the conversation forward. There's a motion on the floor, and there's been a request for hand vote to not direct staff to do additional research on the commercial occupancy license fee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, I guess we gotta do a hand vote. Hand vote. All those in favor, say aye. So I can see.
Question of clarity, Mayor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are we asking them not to do the research?
Yep.
Yes.
We're basically telling them they do not have to do additional research on this
That's a
item right
little
this time.
different than giving them instruction not to do something. I'm okay with letting them have the flexibility to do what they want, but if we're asking them not to do something, I think that's a little
The
different.
council is not directing them to continue to do research on this matter.
They have not done any research on this matter.
They have done research on this matter. They just talked about
Oh, I see.
what they've done. And what they've just described is the level of effort that it would take for them to get to the point where they can not only give us a number, but also to provide us with the impact of something like this. So they did do preliminary research. And so what we're just trying to make sure that they know is that they don't have to continue to do the council is not directing them to do additional research.
May I ask just then, my main concern at this point is just the precedent of doing a hand vote in this situation. And I understand that affirmative directions have been given to staff, do X via hand votes. I would like to ask the city clerk, does the city council also give the opposite of an affirmative direction to staff via hand votes to say, staff, we wanted to tell you not to do a thing?
It's conceivable that the council could take that action. I'm thinking to past times when Mayor Stewart was here. In terms of, I can't say for sure, I'd have to research it, but
I'm not asking you to research it.
yeah, no, I know you're not. But I don't see why you couldn't do that.
Okay.
And I want to think, I don't want us to get into this logical loop-de-loop. It was implied that staff should do research into this matter, right, for the purpose of the budget. Council members Landman and Schlegel removed the item, but there was still an implication that council might want this item looked at over the course of the year. Now, I recognize that Councilmember Landman is saying that there's a possibility that there could potentially be a resolution where this item may be pulled forward and we would have to eliminate it then. But until then, what would you as a staff person think? If I think there's going to eventually be some resolution that might possibly include me looking into this, that informally sends a signal that you should continue to look at this. So what we are asked, what Councilmember
accuracy, I said I would not include it in light of, I can read the room pretty clearly today. I'm not going to include such a provision in any resolution I would bring here. So there's no possibility that this is going to rear its head. And so for that reason, we don't need to be told not to say anything about it. That's, and I just find
at this point, there is a motion on the floor.
May I comment on the merits?
Councilmember Dabala.
Yeah, two things. One, on the merits, the information which I am grateful and surprised to receive on such short notice. Thank you. Where did he go? There he is. Thank you for that. I mean, talk about quick turnaround and a lot of work. That's a very daunting amount of time. And in the times in the past when we've had utility fees and railroad fees and vacant home fees and all of these other things that we've asked for research on, none of them have been presented. Maybe they should have been, but they weren't presented as, and this is what it will take away from that we've already agreed we want to do. So that tips me right over the edge to say, yeah, I thought it was worth checking out, and now I'm done. Because we've done those other things, I know that we've taken hand votes, maybe not in the middle of a reconciliation discussion, but we've taken hand votes a lot on whether we should move forward with something or not. So I'm okay with that part too, but I just wanted to explain myself. Thank you.
Councilmember Westlake?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So just want to make sure that everybody's clear on the Councilmember Honzak on your motion.
Could the clerk read out the words that I spoke, please, so that I don't misspeak? Okay.
So what I have is the gist of it, which was basically that, I'm sorry, basically direct you staff not to do research at this time.
At this time.
Yes.
At this time. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor that the council is providing direction to staff to not do additional research on the commercial occupancy license fee at this time. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Do we have 1, 2, 3, 4? We have hands. All right. Oppose? Abstain? Okay. 3 abstain. Okay. So direction to staff is to refrain from additional analysis on this until there's, at this time, until there's further direction from staff, from council, I'm sorry. The next item, we are moving into, and I just want to make sure that we're clear, we have, I'm sorry, can we go back? I'm sorry. Let's just make sure that we've taken off the occupancy. Okay, perfect, it's gone. All right, next one. Let's move on down. All right, so,
The next item on the reconciliation sheet is on the general fund expenditure. We just had the traffic calming and pedestrian safety, and that was a attached tab on this reconciliation sheet. For this particular item, there is a reduction of $75,000. The original amount was $200,000. So now that amount is reduced to $125,000 for traffic calming and pedestrian safety.
okay, I'm a little confused by that.
Yeah.
Can somebody walk me through that slow? It says city council.
Yeah. So there are, when we had our traffic calming and sidewalk discussion, there were 2 lines that we used to fund this work. One line is in the red light camera and stop sign camera fund, and that's for sidewalks. So that had $300,000 in there. So when we added more there, we are increasing the expenditures in that fund account. For traffic calming projects, that is funded out of the general fund CIP. There's only $125,000 worth of traffic calming projects in there. So there is a corresponding decrease in the general fund CIP that is essentially unused general fund funds for this line.
So I just want to make sure that I'm clear in terms of, so are we proposing that instead of the original proposed budgeted amount of 200,000, that instead we're decreasing that to 125,000, and that is why we have this reduction of 75,000 in the general fund expenditures?
Correct. And then you will see correspondingly, there will be an increase in the stop sign and red light camera fund to add in additional funds above $300,000 for the sidewalk projects.
Mayor?
Councilmember, hold on, Councilmember DeBala, you're next.
And so together, if I'm looking at the traffic calming spreadsheet, the one that you gave us, it says 300 and 200, then there's another column that says 365 and 125. So that's what we're doing. We're
Correct.
Okay, thank
So the
you.
365,
out of this red light camera.
Yep.
And 125 out of the, okay, and then
And-
all of that is the projects that are on this list that are funded. We're not
Correct.
cutting any projects by approving this.
yes.
Thank
And
you.
a quick note, you will see there will, instead of 365, it's whatever is 365 plus 45 since we've added Brighton to the list of projects that are funded. I can't remember what that, I think it's like 410,000 or something like that.
Councilmember Schlegel.
So I got my kids say the word confuzzled. I don't think that's actually a word, but we use it in our. I like it. I got confuzzled. I just want to make sure the 75,000, was that related to the idea that the Lincoln Avenue study isn't likely to go forward in FY27, or is that a separate question?
No, no, that's separate.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I think I got it now. Thank you.
All right, the next item that we have changed is the sustainability intern, which is a 1-year full-time. Staff have done research. A full-time sustainable intern, it costs us $43,680. So this is the cost estimate for a full-time intern.
So one question I have about, because I know that I've had an opportunity to chat with our sustainability manager quite a bit, and it has not been a matter of, my understanding from her is not a matter of having the intern, but the capacity to manage the intern and any potential workload associated with that intern. I'm looking at the director of public works. Am I remembering that correctly? That actually adding the extra intern could potentially increase the amount of staff work for our sustainability manager, and it would be difficult for them to.
Yeah, in developing the FY27 proposed budget, that was a discussion within the department and shared with the city manager's office, and the request was to reduce from 2 to 1 in terms of available interns. For the past 2 years, we've had a city-funded intern and a Chesapeake Climate Community Fellow, which was an additional full-time intern that was available to the city through a competitive process. So we're recommending that we reduce down to just one city intern. And it is for the reasons you mentioned, the staff capacity to manage the program and oversee the time required for an intern. Ideally, they'd like to have a full-time staff position so that they build longevity, institutional knowledge, and whatnot. But given that we're on an intern model, the amount of time used to ramp that up, oversee, and manage projects is limited by staff capacity.
And the current budget already includes that one intern,
Yes.
so this is what, okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, I had also asked if at one point whether there was any interest in having a higher paid intern, the level of the fellow, and instead of a second intern. Whatever happened to that?
My comment back, and I believe this was included in the response that the staff have provided to that comment in one of the budget questions, was that we have had no difficulty attracting interns with the available
I remember
salary,
this
and we
now.
have
Yeah,
have had very high quality interns, graduate level people who have indicated an interest. We've had a very competitive interview process. I guess that's not saying it won't be that way forever, but we haven't found that the available salary is limiting our ability to get
Okay,
very
thank
high
you.
quality people.
Thank you very much. Okay. And so, Director Chung, are there other items?
The next item is also related to Public Works. There is an item suggested by Councilman DeBala about the engineering support contractor in lieu of the FTE for stormwater. And the comment we have is, I'm not sure this applied to the intern position or to the engineering support. It is not advised by the Public Work due to management capacity limitations.
As I understand, may I?
Go right ahead.
As I understood it, that comment applied to the management capacity within the engineering. Here we go again with the divisions of one. And so I'm happy to withdraw that item. based on staff advice.
Okay.
The
The engineering
item.
support. Okay. All right. Just Councilmember Hanzak?
I just have a question on process. Did, Councilmember DeBala, did you withdraw the item for the sustainability intern?
I did not.
Okay, am I misunderstanding from Director Braithwaite that there already was one in the budget?
Yes, there is one in the budgets.
So this would be an
my
additional?
My idea had been to replace the fellow with a second intern. Because the fellow comes from a program that has been defunded by the federal government.
Can I ask, I'm sorry to go back to the previous item. I had assumed you were withdrawing it based on what Director Braithwaite was just saying about management concerns. Am I missing something in the logic here?
My logic is that it's also on the list of another couple of council members, and so I thought I'd
Okay.
leave it for now.
Okay, just
Thank
making
you.
sure I understand. Thank you.
The next item here we have is the grant for community quality of life. And it's a recommendation by Councilman DeBala. And the amount that we found is 110,000. So this is the amount that is recommended by the HCD director, Director McNally.
Yeah, so I'll briefly explain how we got this amount. This is not a hard number in terms of we're looking for what a number could be. What we did was we looked back at FY26 when we had ARPA for food insecurity. That was $250,000. We also then had 110 for community quality of life for a total of $360,000. And so we just looked at if we were going to increase it to the maximum of what we were granting out that past fiscal year, what would be the number to get us to that $360,000 number. So that's the number in there. As always, it is a number up for change depending.
Right. And I just want to confirm that the grants committee requested 250, is that correct? Okay, so the grants committee requested 250, and the additional 110 would take us up to 360, and that is something that the grants committee, of course, we can always take more money, right?
You said what I felt like I had to say at some point.
Yeah. Okay, so we're not hearing any challenges with actually being able to, the size of the grants monitoring as a result of potential more grantees or increasing grant sizes, no challenges such as that. Okay.
May I comment?
Councilmember DeBala.
Thank you. So if you go down a few more lines, you will hit increase emergency assistance with a blank. And for me personally, this one is more important than the one we just talked about. Yes, of course, the grant committee can spend more money, and of course there is a need out there. But I really appreciate the estimates that you developed because they're very helpful. But I would like to fill in that emergency assistance. That would be if the program for emergency assistance is expanded to include. Maybe I should let you explain this. Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't have the budget questions in front of me, so someone keep me honest with the numbers. So we were asked to look at two additional add-ons to emergency assistance. One was covering immediate displacements, and we estimated that at about, I think, $10,000. And then the other was for, I'll use the term like loss of income, kind of a more immediate payment. and I believe that was $60,000. These are estimates, kind of based off of just general kind of what staff observe as people coming into the office with these issues. So they're very rough back of the napkin estimates, but that is kind of generally based on what we've observed over the past few years.
And as I understood it, the idea that the structure that you had proposed for doing this was that the current emergency assistance program could handle the displacement, the additional displacement money, but that I had 70, we'll check. The 60 or 70 for the income assistance would work better if it went through a nonprofit, which would essentially mean adding to the grants program. So that's how we wound up with 2 lines for the grants program here.
Yeah. One of the challenges would be, so with emergency assistance, the way we run it is there's essentially documentation that has to be produced describing the emergency. So with our 3 cases that we have now, pending eviction, foreclosure, or a utility disconnect, there are official notices that come through either the court system or directly from the utility that we can use to kind of verify the emergency. Loss of income can be significantly more tricky, especially if there isn't, for example, you might work a job that does not necessarily have like formal documentation. Or there might be instances in which a householder passes away, or there are instances that would be theoretically covered by this that we would not be able to verify easily. So we would certainly want to work with potentially a third party to help us with that, and also provide some kind of privacy for people requesting assistance. So it would be a little bit more of a bigger lift than the other one.
So,
I'm sorry. Can I add on to
Please.
what he said? I think your other point too, Director McNally, is that the type of nonprofits that we work with, the challenges that a household or family might experience in that short window of time that the relief assistance that we provide would cover, the type of challenges that they would experience as a result of that are often covered under the programmatic, I guess the better way to say it is the programs housed within the nonprofits that are typically applying to community quality of life. And so you suggested that we redirect, if we wanted to expand our ability to assist, that we redirect that $60,000 to community quality of life. Is that correct?
Correct.
So in summary, I believe it was Councilmember Lamb that first mentioned it, we have talked about wanting to do more for certain types of folks who's either through federal unemployment or through federal enforcement wind up in a situation, just temporary, the kind of thing that happens now, hopefully won't be happening again in a couple of years. So adding to the emergency assistance program funds to deal with these unique challenges that we face right now. So that's the goal here. The format that the director is suggesting is to have a part of it in the displacement part in the current emergency assistance program, and a part of it essentially in the community grants program. So that's why I would like to move this item up ahead of the other one.
So I do just want to make sure that I'm clear. So there's a couple things. One, the Community Quality of Life Grant, we've already given 3 kind of priority areas already, which is food insecurity, workforce development, and immigration support services. So adding this additional piece would mean having to go make modifications to the grant itself. Is that not correct?
Yes, and we would certainly, we have the applications open right now, and they'll be closing pretty soon. So there is a challenge there as well.
Yeah, so I mean, just from a logistics standpoint, as a person who's dealt with grants in my other life, it's a lot easier to put money towards a grant that has closed, because you can always say, hey, y'all, we got extra money. And all the people that applied, you could either reevaluate or you can give folks more money. But changing the terms and conditions of a grant means that you kind of got to go back out. So that is just one logistical piece. The other part is so currently with our emergency assistance, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're dealing with rental support. Is that where we're doing like some emergency rental assistance, utility shutoffs, those kinds of things? Are we seeing, one of the things that I know has been talked about within the county is this slow burn of federal workers whose severances are kind of coming to a close, and they may start to, later in the year, start to see evictions perhaps, but we haven't seen a spike, or at least that's what I've heard from the county. They haven't really seen a big spike. Have we seen like an increase, a slow increase in terms of evictions within the city?
So we have been seeing kind of so far consistent. What I can say is this week we received about 7 eligible applications, which is a spike compared to previous weeks. It's still early. This is kind of usually we'll receive 1 a week. So it could be that this is just a one-off. It could be that this is something more sustained. It's a little tough to tell at the moment.
It's been a little tricky just because of what some federal worker, like in terms of whether or not you got a severance, and in terms of like how long it's taking. And so would there be, because I'm kind of thinking that there's probably a clean rationale for increasing, just doing a straight increase in terms of the emergency assistance fund. How much money are we already putting in and I should look this up, but my eyes are tired, these contacts are dry. How much money are we already putting into emergency assistance in the budget?
$90,000.
90,000. All right. So, we're looking at, could there realistically be an extra, I wrote 95 and it should have been 90. Could there potentially be adding an extra 60,000 to that, taking us up to a good 150, and perhaps not increasing the community quality of life by a less amount, by 50,000, which again could still go towards the original purposes, which would make logistically things a little easier, but perhaps may give us a little bit more resources in the pot if we kind of later in the year start to see a spike as a result of some of the things that are happening at a federal level.
We can absolutely do that. I think that would certainly provide that. I think the guidance my department would be looking at from council is how loose you want to, if you want us to pursue forward with changing our guidelines to be less restrictive for cases of like loss of income. Right now we try to essentially align with the county's guidelines so that, for example, if someone comes in with an eviction or a foreclosure, we can essentially double our money with the county so that when a family walks in, they could tap county funds and city funds so that they could address an unpaid balance of more. So this would be a change, and certainly we'd have to think about kind of through the logistics of if they then came back later in the year with an eviction notice or some sort of other emergency. So just essentially some direction on if you want us to consider that as in loosening it.
Great. Thank you
Madam
for
Mayor?
that. And I think,
May I ask a question about this? So the problem that I believe you're trying to address is to make sure that the money is in a fund that is where the directions in the fund are whether the emergency assistance fund versus the community quality of life grants fund. Some of the emergencies that we're trying to be more flexible in addressing might actually, I believe, fit under the rubric of the current definition, the community quality of life grants. For example, immigration support services.
Correct.
That might provide flexibility to address some of the emergencies that we're talking about through the third parties that we actually do already have grants with. So I would think that, and we can work with those parties on the direction that Director McNally is talking about with respect to what we mean by emergencies and so on. So perhaps there's a way to follow the suggestion of Councilmember DiBala with respect to the amount going into the quality of life grants, because I think that is a more flexible rubric. The language in the grants for, for workforce development, that can be broadly construed. Certainly immigrant support services and food insecurity, all of those leave room for fungible dollars to go to those groups to support the kinds of emergencies we're talking about. So
Right. I mean, I'm not denying what you're saying, but I am saying that if you are proposing to do something that might actually help someone who is facing eviction that is not an immigrant, or someone who has recently lost their job that's a federal employee and is looking for some sort of short-term direct cash support, it wouldn't be a group within your community quality of life that would be able to provide that. So I'm just trying to get a firmer handle on what is, and I think I have a firm handle on what are the current eligibility topics that can be covered under the community quality of life, and then what are some things that I am hearing and that we may be seeing down the pike for that some of our residents may experience, and then how do we figure out the right way to allocate the funds? In no way am I saying don't contribute extra funds. I'm just trying to say, are you saying put in an extra 110 into community quality of life, or do you add 50 to community quality of life, put it up to 300, and then put an extra $60K into emergency assistance and take it up to 150 if you think that there's going to be an increase in foreclosures or an increase in evictions as a result of people not necessarily being able to find jobs. That is just what I am trying to think through in terms of not necessarily continuing to just add on to the things, but what are within the framework of the monies, of the mechanisms or funding mechanisms we have in place right now, where are some of the better places, or how do we divvy up the pot so that we make sure that we have enough resources within the respective pots, because you don't necessarily want to put it all into community quality of life if you know that there may be a real possibility for there to be increases in foreclosures and evictions as a result of unemployment increases. So that's just what I'm trying to think through in terms of what are the possibilities for these funding buckets. Councilmember Schlegel.
Two things. I am concerned that if we pump more money into emergency assistance, that that does affect staff in terms of capacity, and you've alluded to that before. And secondly, it sounds to me as if we may not have enough certainty right now about what the future holds, and so maybe this is one of those situations where our assigned reserves are what we're trying to do right now, and we're aware that should we suddenly have an increase in federal workers needing former federal workers needing assistance, we would have that discussion. If we saw that there was suddenly an increase in immigrants needing assistance, we would have that discussion. And perhaps this is a place where the most prudent thing to do is to not try to figure out what pot to put on the stove, so to speak, until we know who's showing up for dinner.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Westlake.
I'm going to rescind my question.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak.
I am not sure how we get at this, but I'm assuming that Councilmember Landman and Councilmember DiBala, that one of the things that you are thinking of, because a number of us well, all of us are tapped into immigrant support service issues right now facing our community, and the mayor is acknowledging that these issues are very widespread and not isolated right to our immigrant community. So it might be a question, and I agree with Councilmember Schlegel, I mean, we don't know exactly. I think probably a lot of you have heard what I think I've been hearing, which is that a lot of the immigrant support network groups are eager to have funding that can be moved fairly quickly and speedily to the people who need them, right? I'm seeing head nods. I know that's what I'm hearing. And I guess it's a question of if that is part of a key group that we're trying to get funding to in this particular moment that we're living through, and we know that's a shared value of residents across the city, then what would be the best mechanism to do that doesn't put an undue burden on the staff? It has been my understanding that the emergency assistant funds come with some challenges in terms of the fact that you need to have a fixed issue that you're addressing. I know it's come up with so many of my residents where, they say, but I don't want to wait until I get an eviction notice. And you're like, I know, but how else shall we evaluate that? Then it'd be really hard to figure out who gets it and who doesn't. So am I correct in understanding, though, that in like last year that we just like we didn't have more demand than we had money in the budget? Is that right, for the emergency assistance fund?
Correct. We were using kind of leftover ARPA funds. So we had I want to say $130,000, and I think we spent between $80,000 and $90,000.
So-
I can
yes.
hunt down the actual
So
amounts.
I think when we had that discussion, yeah, it sounds what I remember, but I'm thinking therefore that you've estimated then that if we didn't see a change, a meaningful change this year, it might be kind of similar. So I mean, I could see where 10K might be absorbable, but unless we know the direction of travel, I don't know. So I guess I'm thinking maybe we could add 10K. I might propose that we go ahead and proceed with that for the emergency assistance if we want to, go forward, just to give you guys as much flexibility so you don't have to come back and ask, but without changing your criteria. And then, I don't know, I guess I would invite you to say, do you see the easiest way to get this out to the people that you're hearing need it? I know that we're talking about different groups of people here, but do you feel like that's through the community quality of life, or is it a different pot of funds?
Yeah, so I might jump back actually quite a few years. Previously, the city had a contract for services essentially for emergency assistance with Ministries United Silver Spring Tacoma Park, which is an organization which no longer exists. It was housed within a DHHS office and kind of formed they now call it the hub, but this was kind of that, which was essentially provision of social services through nonprofits. And so we were assigned essentially it kind of oversaw us in Silver Spring. And so we kicked in money to help Tacoma Park residents. When MUS folded, we didn't have anyone to kind of do that sort of day-to-day small emergency work that was like $250 to $700 of just kind of direct assistance. Ideally, we could try to find someone that was doing that in the area. One of the challenges that we face right now is a lot of the social service providers are moving northward out of Tacoma Park towards Wheaton. It's not necessarily a reflection of need, more population. So that has been a challenge. So I guess I'm not leaving you with a full answer, which is I think we can look into different organizations that might be able to pick up some of this, but on some level, we would have to research it a little bit more.
Sorry, but would it be helpful, as a follow-up here, would it be helpful for us to be more directive instead of saying, or would it be helpful if we didn't say community quality of life, but we said, let's say, immigrant support services, 60K at this stage, or do you feel like you're not ready to absorb that in that way?
Yeah, so what I would say is if you're looking to put money towards immigrant support services, We have that in community quality of life. And so putting that into community quality of life means that there is more room for the Grants Review Committee to fund more programs. If you are looking at more support for direct cash assistance type programs, then we as staff need to go identify ways to deliver those, because outside of kind of our three, potentially, kind of four options under emergency assistance, if you want us to move forward with kind of displacement sort of payments, we would need to figure out a way to kind of get those funds out, because we are not the quickest when it comes to direct payments.
Thank you. And Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, so just, I found what you originally replied to me. So originally, you were looking at displacement assistance. So again, this is expanding the guidelines a little bit of what qualifies because of the unusual situation we're in. And originally, the thought was it was just immigrants who have been impacted by federal, which is different from immigrant groups support services from groups, right? But that's a different topic. But originally, you were thinking 10 to 20 households, displacement assistance, 10,000, and income disruption. That was the 60,000. You were right, it was 60. But that you thought that that would need to go through a nonprofit, not something that you would handle in the emergency assistance program, if I understood you correctly.
Correct.
All right, and so I'm not, in terms of what we were originally thinking, I'm not hearing anything different. Because if we want to expand immigration support services, that's a different thing, and I'd be happy to do that, but that's not this. Just
Right, well,
saying.
well, Councilmember DeBala, I just want to make sure I'm clear, because I just looked at your form there, at your paper there, and I could be reading something different, but it's displacement assistance, i.e. fire or similar events, which is.
Well,
or-
treat it like that within the program.
Yeah.
It's a sudden thing that happens to you over which you have no
So-
control.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding what we're talking about. So community quality of life is, I'll call it a block grant for lack of a better term. Our staff oversees it, but we don't necessarily make the determinations. The Grants Review Committee reviews competitively applications that comes in, designates them for funding, and then staff essentially administers the funds. So we execute grant agreements, we make the payments, we ensure that reports are collected and invoicing is done properly, and then prepare reports. So we are essentially helping the Grants Review Committee kind of go about that business. Emergency assistance program, which is what that question is answering directly, is directly overseen, administered, and put into place by staff. It was taken back after Must folded, and so it did have a staffing impact where our community engagement specialist directly oversees, qualifies, and recommends for payments directly to on behalf of residents often. So if we're putting money in that would be for those items. I think the larger challenges with the $60,000 that I was proposing, one of the challenges we would have is kind of support documentation and verification. And so that was why I said a nonprofit might be better situated to do that qualification.
Thank you for explaining that.
May I take-
Councilmember DeBala, is that an Olight?
May I just inquire further on this point? So I think we're using a term that is expansive when we say immigrant support services, that it could indeed include such things as rental support for a family that lost its breadwinner. And that we don't necessarily need to look further into whether it takes the form of emergency cash assistance provided by the nonprofits that we are financing if we are trusting their judgment to administer the funds appropriately. So I feel like that is a system that works for what it is we're trying to achieve, and that maybe we have reached a meeting of the minds, even though the terminology might be
Yeah,
confusing.
I mean, I'm not trying to get in the mix of what you all got going on, because obviously you've had lots of conversations. I'm just saying that depending on which kind of point you're raising, it is one point we're talking about immigrant support services, which are clearly something that would be available. You couldn't necessarily make any guarantee about the type of immigrant support service that would be provided through the grant. It could be that, if there's an applicant that comes in and they describe some of the work they're doing to support immigrants, and the board, the grants committee awards the award, then that's great. But it seemed as if there were some instances where you and Councilmember DeBala were not always referring to immigrant support. And so that's the
Correct.
piece that I'm not sure
Yes.
about. Like, if you're not referring to solely immigrant support services, then
For example, the food insecurity grants that we have been giving,
Right.
the food insecurity organizations have repeatedly said that they have a large influx of federal employees and former federal employees who have started showing up because of their, massive changes in their financial situation. So some of these groups are serving both immigrants and non-immigrants, and the same type services could be necessary. And loss of income, dire loss of income as a result of job loss or loss of head of household, either one, to my mind, would fit within this, and it might be different of the groups that have applied for grants, but there would be grantees in both
there
categories.
would be grantees that would provide
Yes.
food, there would be grantees that would provide job training, there would be grantees that would help immigrant support. But what I'm saying is, those are the buckets in which they would be working, and the nature of the work. And so if there are other types of services that there is or other demographics that you all are trying to hit, it might be there, it might not, right? And so I just want to encourage everybody to take a look at the request, the application that's out there, so everybody have a better understanding of the potential types of organizations that would be funded under the Community Quality of Life, so that you can get a better idea of the types of supports that could be made available. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm clear on what exactly you may be referring to in terms of what you're trying to make sure that we're funding, either through the quality of life, or whether or not there are some other buckets that are needed to serve a specific purpose.
And I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to say, if there are organizations that you believe are doing great work, please encourage them to apply for a Community Quality of Life grant. The deadline is coming up shortly, I believe in the next week or so. So the sooner they get that application in, it can be considered.
Thank you. Councilmember Schlegel?
Yes, this has been a good discussion, and I really am thinking about the staff capacity, and there's just been an implied potential directive to go reach out and see if there's somebody to replace Must, and I hope that you're not taking that. I don't think we need to take a hand vote on that. I just wanted to say that it seems to me, on balance, that for this year, if we added into Community Quality of Life grants, we would be adding minimal burden on staff, and that while people, let's say people have experienced loss of income, it might make it harder for them to get direct cash assistance through the CQOL program, but food assistance can equate to cash assistance if you're trying to meet budget as a household. And then we could see how things go, and then take up the question of whether we want to find a new partner who could help with direct cash assistance. But that would be depending on your staff capacity to try to build that relationship this year. That would be my suggestion, is to focus on pumping more money into CQOL and and let households that need that emergency cash assistance get the equivalent of that help through reducing their food bills.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Looking at the time, Councilmember DeBala, so there was I just want to make sure there are no additional adjustments to what you've proposed, which is the grants quality of life, where you are proposing an additional 110,000. And then in terms of the increasing the emergency assistance, is there still a proposal for a dollar amount?
So I was thinking about it the other way around, that there would be a proposal first for the emergency assistance, and that would be 10,000 more to the displacement, to the emergency assistance fund in recognition of the potential trend that might, but which wouldn't increase staff to work too much, and an additional 60K to the community grants fund. And I would be fine with that. I would be fine with also having a line item to increase, because there are, as people have been saying, there are other needs in the immigration support services area that that are out there. I would be also fine to propose increasing the community grant quality of life by a bit more as well. But the original thing I wanted to do was to see if we could get this more immediate acute assistance to people somehow. And by people, I mean particularly immigrants, but also, if possible, former federal workers.
Yeah, so I can speak at what's going on right now. We have about $50,000 in immigrant support grants that are out in the community. We're getting the first of 2 reports because it went out during the half year. So we've gotten 1 of 3 reports back. The other 2 are coming in later this week. And we know that in 3 months we've helped at least 18 households. And then I think in general, with emergency assistance, if we run out of funds during the year, we can always bring forward a budget amendment to add more into that line item.
So rather than add $10,000 more now, you would just say, because if you're, I thought that you said that if we were expanding the eligibility a little bit.
Yeah, so if you wanted to
expand the money a little bit.
If you wanted to expand the eligibility for these events, this would be like in cases of fire and that sort of thing. I would add in $10,000. Please add in $10,000. If you are fine with the 3 criteria that currently exist, what I would say is you can use the $90,000 that's currently budgeted.
Right. So I think we're back where we started. I'd like to add 10K to the emergency assistance fund for the potential expansion of the temporary expansion of the eligibilities. And I'd like to add 60K to the community grant program for both immigration and federal worker assistance. And then separately, I had proposed to add more money to the community grant fund, quality of life grants generally. And I think at this point, turn that question over to my fellow council members who had on their list $100,000 also for quality of life grants. Was that for the emergency aid expansion that we're talking about, and not for anything extra?
It's to enable the Community Quality of Life Grants Program to provide additional aid, including this. I didn't want to, the goal was not to be so inflexible, but because their services are being, they're building that train as it's moving. And so I do think that the current definitions that we have are flexible enough for grant eligibility to enable them to provide emergency aid along with the other types of, workforce development, et cetera. So, yeah.
Okay, so I just, because I know that we're spending quite a bit of
I
time,
know,
and
we
we
need
are
to get
at
moving.
11 o'clock, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear in terms of what is being proposed. So Councilmember DeBala, you said an increase of the Community Quality of Life Grant by 60,000. Is that your proposal?
And 10,000 for the displacement for the emergency assistance. Yeah, so 70 total.
Okay, and Councilmember Landman, you are proposing to increase the Community Quality of Life grants by how much?
By $100,000.
Okay, so Councilmember Landman is proposing to increase the Quality of Life grants by $100,000.
And I think, what did I have?
You had 60.
You had 60.
So that's kind of I think we're
I had-
implying that's an either-or question
I
at this
had-
point.
I
Not
had
to
an-
add 100 on top of 60 that gets approved, but this would come down to votes.
Yes, it would come down to votes. That's why I'm asking for a separate
So-
one. I know.
Yes.
It's a little confusing because
So
you
original.
didn't seem like you were referring to the 110 that
Right,
was
because
on here,
original-
but we were also talking about adding 60 to the same pot from you. So what was the difference?
So originally, I was looking at immigrant assistance, direct assistance, and that's the 10K plus the 60. And then also I was talking about something similar, expanding the community quality of life grants generally for a whole range of immigrant support services, not just for direct assistance to individuals who find themselves without a breadwinner overnight.
So how much in total are you, I understand the 10K to the emergency assistance. How much in total are you proposing to add to the community quality of life
So
grants?
I had thought of them as separate things.
But they're
and
not.
So, and, well, I still do think they are. So that would be a total of 160 and 10 is 170, and no, that wouldn't really be
Wait,
right.
okay, wait a minute, Councilmember DeBala. Let's
what I'm
just
trying to
take
say.
this thing slow. So on line 43, which is right here, you have Community Quality of Life grants.
Right.
How much are you putting here?
How did I get- I was putting 10K for the emergency assistance.
Emergency assistance has a separate line. It's on
Oh, I'm sorry.
45.
I'm sorry.
So which one are you doing? How much are you putting here?
Okay, that's fine with me.
So you're
And
putting
if-
60 there, and you're putting 10 in the emergency assistance line.
Yes, but however, it's just been changed to 60.
Okay, so that's where you are right now. You don't have to, you can change it later, but I just want to make sure that. Okay, is that where you want to be?
Are you going to propose to add more money into that pot beyond the 60?
Yes, I have proposed that there be a $100,000 increase in the community quality of life grants.
Okay, let's create a separate line for Councilmember Landman for this item, making it 100K.
And I would be a second on that.
We not voting
'Cause
right
I-
now. Right
No,
now,
we-
we're just trying to get all of this on paper.
On the earlier on the first page, there's existing item, increased grants for community quality of life 110 from DeBala. Are we
She just changed that.
We're striking
She just
that.
struck
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
Essentially, what we're doing is making that Landman instead of the ball and knock it down 10,000. That works.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Sorry, it was so confusing.
So
It is
now,
it's not,
Hmm?
it's not your fault that it's confused.
So you had asked me if that was everything that was on my list, I think.
the election board assistance.
That's the last one.
We don't know if that's needed.
Okay.
and I don't have a number.
And you don't have a number. Do I need to make a call?
Don't you have something on your list? of
Okay, thank you.
Elections. You-
Okay. So for the election board item, we're gonna keep that one on for right now until Wednesday. Okay, now we're moving into Councilmember Schlegel and Lamb items. First one up are the conference.
Point of order. Can I, given that it is 11, can I ask what more are we hoping to accomplish tonight? Is it to get through the entire rest of this spreadsheet? Or just another section or something? Just,
So the big thing is trying to get, if there are items, particularly that folks want to remove or add, so that we can have at least a better list of items for Wednesday, because Wednesday we will be voting. So ideally, if there are things that we don't have to discuss on Wednesday because they have been removed, then I would prefer to hear them tonight if we can.
okay, sorry, just to clarify, so the goal then would be tonight to get through.
To get through these, particularly
everything
the
that's
items that
here.
are here.
Okay, thank you.
So just quick question, Councilmember Schlegel and Landman, are you keeping the legislative conferences item?
No.
Okay, so let's remove that one. Okay. There are hiring freeze items. Are those items that you plan to keep?
I want to, if I may, may I speak to this? Yeah, okay. So we want to remove the ones on lines 48 and 49. So the, oh wait, the line, I'm sorry, the line numbers are changing before my eyes. So that we would retain one of those lines with the goal of changing the way this is described. It was not our intention to freeze hiring such that if an officer were to depart, that position could not be refilled, but to have unfilled positions. We reducing the request to keep unfilled positions unfilled to only one, so that would retain one of those references to a police private decrease, and to label it a postponement of filling an existing vacancy as opposed to a freeze, because the idea is that we would still allow for growth in the size of the force by one officer, so that's at a more modest rate, but remove two of those potential hires that are currently vacant, and make it clear that we are not intending to prevent the refilling of any positions that would become vacant. And I just want to clarify that this would not affect, I make sure I understand this would not affect the two cadets who are already in the pipeline that are on our staff, I guess, provisionally while they're being trained. That was not our intention.
So I just quickly want to confirm, are you talking about maintaining one vacancy?
Yes.
So, so that would mean that we would only have one line item.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
the tier of the officer, is that police private first class?
There's almost no cost differential there, so I'm indifferent as to which one is more. It would be leave the department with the most flexibility.
Police
but-
private or police private first
yeah,
class.
whichever one leaves the department with the most flexibility.
Okay.
And
So-
I'm not clear on that.
So let's just, I think that means that let's just, to be on the safe side, we're working with line 52. Decrease, postpone hiring one police private first class.
Yes.
Yes, and just as I mentioned this last week, we had proposed last week doing this decrease for 3 of the currently unfilled positions, but it was mistakenly entered as 4. That's why one more additional line has been pulled off just now. So it was meant to be 3. There were 4 here just now, and essentially we're saying 1. Just if we currently will have either 6 or 7 vacancies, depending on what's decided about the corporal position, and we're asking that we don't fully staff up with all of those vacancies this year, but we can fill several. But the very last one, we would say not to fill.
So the next item is the legal services fee. Is that something you all want to keep
I want to speak to that. So thank you to the staff for clarifying the rationale for the increase in the fee, which was to fill the investigation column. So we would ask that the amount that was intended for investigations not be removed, but that it be given a separate line item in the budget. And this is a little bit like analogous to what we tried to do with the election, with the cost of elections in the way it was, I think it was elections accounted for in the council staff, because we want to make clear, we want it to be possible for us as a council to see how much we are actually winding up spending on investigations, and also to better track our legal fees for our regular, retained counsel. And especially because we have used lawyers for some investigations that we have conducted thus far, but it may not always be lawyers that we want. And so to just have it be kept as a separate amount, but have it be retained as the appropriate amount, but have it be a separate line item. And whether it belongs in legal fees or some other HR column, I would, I'm indifferent as to that, but the whole idea would be that we'd be able to see what is investigations.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. We're not proposing to decrease anything. This is an administrative item where you're just
This is
a line item.
It's a change in how it's
Okay.
reflected in the budget, but based upon the explanation that we were given as to why we needed to increase the legal fees column, now understanding that it's for investigations, would like to see that investigations be a separate item, because and if we want to keep it in legal fees, I'm not sure that is the ideal place for it, because I don't think we should limit ourselves to it always being for legal.
Yeah, right now we're
investigators.
talking about budget reconciliation
Yes.
items, pluses and minuses. And so if
So-
this is just more or less an admin, we can make a separate.
You'd be asking for add new line item for investigative.
But you're
legal
not
fees.
adding any money to
Not
it,
adding
right?
money,
No.
just changing the way that
So,
it's
so
presented.
let's do this. If we can just find somewhere, I don't know where we're gonna put it, but I don't know if it's a separate tab, but if we can just have somewhere where we can keep note of these sorts of administrative requests, where we're just asking for a breakdown in the budget of a specific dollar amount, but it shouldn't result in any change to
Right.
general fund
It
expenditures.
might be in the HR budget instead of in the legal fees budget, but it's for purposes of our being able to see what's happening in future.
Yeah.
And then, continuing on, okay, I'm gonna wait. Thank you. Who's ever magically doing this? I'm impressed. Yeah, he's,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Making it work.
Yeah, so if you want to just, if for right now, you could put it
Yeah.
a different color so you can. go
Yeah,
back
so
to
to be clear, we are now having the information, we're now comfortable with the FY '27 $525,000 in total, but for oversight and tracking purposes going forward,
Yeah.
to split that into two line items is what we're asking. Yeah.
Okay. All right. The
The traffic study,
traffic study for Lincoln?
that is and basically we are projecting that traffic study may not happen in FY '27, or it may be so close to the end of FY '27 that we can simply conclude that it's going to be an FY '28 cost and transfer that money back into the red light camera fund, or cancel out the withdrawal from the red light camera fund in that amount.
Previous reconciliation was a transfer of the traffic study from the general fund to the red light camera. Are you changing that proposal?
I think I think it was more to remove it as a budgetary item for this for fiscal '27, because.
That's not what it was before.
You're correct. I've jumped ahead into things that we might propose. So, no, yes, this one is that simple. It's just simply saying that because it is a traffic study, it relates to public safety on streets, that we thought it was more appropriate to fund it from the red light camera fund rather than from the general fund.
Okay. All right.
May I ask a question about that?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I know it's late. I just want to check with staff, is there some reason why we can't do that?
No, as long as there's funding available in the red light camera fund, we could transfer it. But that is the reason why it wasn't there before.
Before, but now we're talking about another
Where
fiscal year.
if you're reducing red light camera expenses at least by $75,000 to accommodate this, then you could.
Got it, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna hold on the fringe benefit item until Wednesday. There's a number of memo proposed change items. Are all of these items actual reconciliation pluses or minuses?
Yeah. If you're asking about the memo that was just distributed this evening, is that what you're
I'm
asking?
talking about the 4 items that are here in red.
Oh, those are not for tonight, right?
Those are items that were proposed by Councilmember Schlegel and Lamon that staff didn't recognize as reconciliation items.
Right.
And we just want to confirm that. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So these are not reconciliation items. They can be moved off this list.
Yeah, could they be moved to that other record that was just being created as their sort of flagged items?
Some of them would need to be opined on by council. So the atrium design change, we don't see that as a simple admin adjustment.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Of course.
Neither are the added record-keeping items to the vehicle sales.
Yeah.
But that is something that we could do if that's something that council desired. But that you all would need to have a conversation about that.
Okay, so that would be on us to bring to council at another point in time.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So, so these are items, I just want to be clear, and I'm not trying to rush you all, but, so these are items that you do not want to have on the reconciliation list at this time. Okay.
Yeah.
So we can remove these items.
That's a parking lot there, right?
Yeah.
Where they went, yeah.
Okay. All right. The legal, yeah, so let's go back up. I just want to make sure that we've caught everything. Sorry. Okay, the legal services should be a parking lot item because it's not about subtracting the funds. It's just about how those funds are accounted for in the budget, like the breakdown. I'm just trying to get a good reconciliation list so I can play around with these numbers and figure out where we're going to be.
I think so, yeah, I think we're getting there.
I'm sorry, Mayor, are we taking those off?
Yep, those should be the legal services. They're not a minus to the general funds of 151,000. What they are proposing is just a separate line item in the budget that would total that amount, but they're not proposing to delete it. So that's what I'm saying. We can just take those off of the list, and then if we want to put it in the parking lot space, not as a decrease, but just as a note for Director Chung to adjust how it's reflected in the budget.
Is this something where we should do a hand vote, though, because that we can confirm that we're all in favor of this?
It's an easy adjustment.
It's an,
Yeah.
it's,
Okay,
it's,
okay.
you're not adding or subtracting anything or really asking staff to do anything substantial. It's
all right.
just breaking up a line item on a page.
Thanks, okay.
So, okay, all right. I think, so I know folks like me, okay, I'm trying to be mindful of time. All right, so, the fleet committee, equipment replacement reserve expenditures, those were there last time, weren't they, Director Chung? These are new.
Last time, I think we did not have a separated line item for the equipment replacement because we want to find out how our expenditure is impacting the unassigned reserve and how some of the items are impacting the ERR. So we have separate items showing up here. The item highlighted in blue is the equipment replacement reserve expenditures. And one of them is an increase for the vehicle maintenance, which is $1,000. And the other item is a police vehicle, and which is a reduction. The original police vehicle purchase was 4 police vehicle in the amount of $320,000, but now it is reduced to 2 vehicle, and the total amount should be $160. So from 320 to 160 is a reduction of $160,000.
Okay.
Make sense? So the total impact to the ERR is a reduction of expenditure of ERR for $150,000.
Okay. Thank
Okay?
you.
Oh, no, 159, I'm sorry.
59, yeah.
It's getting late, I can't see the zeros.
Me either.
So the line item on the 404.53 is actually the addition of the number of 563,000 plus the subtraction of 159. So that is the net of those two numbers.
Okay.
Okay? And the net change in expenditure is that $404,053. And that is an increase in expenditure. So when our expenditure increase, it will go down to our reserve, and our reserve will be reduced. You can see that there is a negative amount that is reducing the reserve. Our unassigned reserve is reduced by $404,053. And right now, the amount is showing, after all these changes in expenditure and the revenue, the net amount at this point is $6,682,000.
Okay.
Okay?
Right.
And then we have the assigned reserve. So as of the year end of fiscal year 26, the balance of the assigned reserve is $3,055,068. And Councilman Schlegel and Lemon suggested to have library programming and material expenditure to be taken out from the assigned reserve. And that amount is $55,000. So if you're having expenditure of $55,000, that would reduce the assigned reserve to $3,068,000 only.
Question, is it advised for someone, if they want to take money out of those assigned reserves, to pick a fund?
It's not advisable, but this is something that is provided to us by Councilman Schlegel and Lemon on that long
I mean,
spreadsheet.
I understand it's not up to you, but for our purposes, if we have assigned reserve buckets, and if folks want to take money off, then do they need to pick an actual assigned reserve bucket that they want to reduce from?
No,
So
I'm sorry. This was like a shorthand for if we had more money in the unassigned reserve, where it might go from the original conversation last week. So not artfully done, but
but I think it's helpful for everyone to hear what I'm saying, which is, if you want to tinker around with the assigned reserves, you need to pick a fund to tinker around with.
Yes.
Just in this one case, we were looking at the interest accrued, which we didn't see as being part of any fund, and we thought
well, without cutting back any of the 4 funds, the interest accrued could be applied to something like the library's needs.
And how do you assign the interest? Is that would that be a separate thing? I think typically interest is separate.
The interest is calculated based on the balance of the assigned reserve at the year end. So right now, we haven't calculated the interest yet.
Okay, but
Yeah.
when we do get interest, when we have these types of accounts, I'm still in ARPA mind, where you have interest, but you kind of keep it off as a separate kind of line item. So
Yeah.
you would have, okay, so then your interest, any interest that would accrue from this account
It
would
will-
basically be a separate line item in which you could be able to draw from.
Yes, it's
Okay.
a separate line item, but it's going to be included in the ending balance of that year of the assigned reserve.
Got it.
So let's say that the interest is 5,000. So 5,000 added to 3 million, it will be $3,005,000. At the end of the year, this is the assigned reserve balance.
Great. Okay. And so, Councilmember Schlegel and Landman, are there any items that are in this bucket? And then I may go ahead and call it because it's near 11:30. That you all want to drop, or are there any things here that you are continuing to hold?
Yes to both, right? So we propose on the line that is now, income tax uncertainty is now line 83. Jesus is really calling on younger eyes than mine. We would propose to reduce the income tax uncertainty figure by 5%, or $26,750. And the rationale for that modest reduction in that line item is that the reports coming in from the impact of the so-called Great Big Beautiful Bill is that federal tax bills have been lowered by a percentage not too different from 5% for many people, and that as a result, we think that that will, to a certain degree, offset the reduction in income taxes that the assigned reserve is intended to be allowing for with this uncertainty figure. And the other,
I'm sorry, I don't understand that at all. I just want to make sure I'm clear on what
people's
this.
incomes that are federally taxed will be less heavily taxed as a result of the Great Big Beautiful Bill, and therefore the impact on our income tax receipts from people having more money in their pockets as a result of that, it will be modestly affected for people at the medium to higher medium income levels. But we have tended to think that the level of uncertainty reflected here is more than prudent. So this is a modest reduction in the proposal of 5% to account for
So
that
I just want to make sure, would the city manager please explain the city's role as it pertains to income tax? Because it's not just limited to what people actually pay the federal government in terms of their federal taxes, but it relates to the total amount of income at the state level. And so as we have more federal workers that are losing their jobs and potentially leaving the state, as we're seeing this exodus of people, it means that you have less income as a state, which trickles down to us having less income as a city that we can draw from. So I just want to make sure, especially given that the county is already talking about the potential of increasing the income tax rate on their end, like what, as a way to try to hedge against the fact that the idea is that income in the state and within the county is going down. So city manager, can you explain that for folks?
Okay. Well, I would agree that the income tax is broader based than just federal, and that frankly this is, for myself, I think that this is the one category that going into FY27 does present the greatest risk of reduced revenue. I think sometimes there's a lag time between when people are affected by layoffs or lesser work and their incomes are affected. Sometimes that doesn't materialize immediately, and I think even last year, when we suggested this to council as an assigned reserve, we even suggested that, and some members of council, I believe, agreed, that might be the following year where we had the greatest risk. So, I wouldn't advise lowering this amount. To what Madam Mayor said with respect to the state, there's also those impacts as well. So, of these funds, of these buckets, so to speak, maybe grant funding uncertainty might be a.
That's the second one in which we would recommend a modest reduction in that, based upon the fact that having looked into this was one of the ones that had been focused upon the risk of clawbacks in particular. And having researched the situation with respect to clawbacks, the history thus far has been that clawbacks have occurred in instances where cities either did not spend the money or spent their money on impermissible items, such as trying to pay off their pension funds. And given that we have heard from you consistently that we have been, and I am convinced that we've been meticulous in avoiding those traps, I think that risk is very low, and particularly for that large percentage. So we would recommend that figure be reduced by 15%, which would total $221,775, just because of the grant funding uncertainty figure.
So I just want to make clear, when we are reducing the money from the assigned reserve, that part of money is going directly to the unassigned. Okay?
Yeah.
It's a transfer of money from the assigned to the unassigned, if you're reducing the money. Okay?
Correct, and the idea there is that we would then have more, from the unassigned reserve than the possibility might exist that we would determine that if we did not need to have such a large assigned reserve, that we could potentially transfer the money to the general fund if we so desired, even though if it just automatically would go to the unassigned, presumably the council could then decide that they did not want to have the unassigned reserve be larger than the necessary 17.5%, I believe that it is, of our grant money. So the objective here is to be prudent, but not be so overly conservative that we limit our ability to meet the needs that we have, while still protect the unassigned reserve already, protects us to a significant degree, and we felt that there was room for a modest amount of reduction in this fund. So, as to the others, we did not, we took the others off the list.
Oh, you took the others off,
Yeah.
great. I do just want to clarify in terms of the grant funding uncertainty, because it was not just limited to clawbacks. It was because clawbacks imply that you have received federal grant funds, and because they've changed the terms and conditions of those grants, you are deemed ineligible, and therefore they reclaim their dimes. That's what was happening at the federal level. They would add language around sanctuary cities, and then therefore you would no longer be eligible for those grants. They would change the terms and conditions of the grants that you already had. Our concern was less about clawbacks and more about the possibility of no longer being eligible for future grant funds. So for example, Department of Transportation grants, which is something that we would typically use to fund some of our major infrastructure, like the bikeways and things of that nature, where we would get those grant funds to use for some of our infrastructure projects. Problem was, we would no longer be eligible. It wasn't that we received the funds and they clawed them back. It was the terms and conditions of the grants that we would typically apply to and be awarded were no longer eligible for us because of some of the terms and conditions of the grant.
But
So
that's already baked into our budget, because we determined that we would not be applying for those
no,
grants in
no,
the
no, no.
first place
What I'm
this
saying
year
is,
already.
I don't want there to be this misunderstanding of the purpose of the fund. The purpose of the fund was not just about clawbacks. The purpose of the funds was also to protect us in the event that we received or we would want to apply for grant funds that we would no longer be eligible for. I I have no issues with the suggestion. I just want to make sure that the message is very clear in terms of the original purpose of the fund. That's all I'm trying to make sure is clear and everybody understands. It was not just solely about protecting us against clawbacks. It was more about the possibility of us no longer being able to receive the revenues that we'd historically received from federal grants.
Yeah.
If I could, just to expand on that, Madam Mayor, please. Yeah, the state receives a certain amount of its money from the federal government. Should that, I think there's been reductions, and should that continue, it may put at risk next year, FY '27, our receipt of some source, very important source funds that we've relied on, like the highway user revenue and the police SAP grants, special appropriations for policing. It's conceivable that those grants, as one of the impacts of what's happening at the federal government, we might get less from the state. It might not even be directly, as Madam Mayor said, it may be that we are either ineligible or funding is reduced in some of the state-provided grants, particularly as the state struggles with its own budget challenges.
So, but not trying to stop at all your suggestion. I really just want to make sure that the message is very clear in terms of the original purpose of the funds.
Okay, then, so I just want to make sure, because to have that clarification is helpful. So we had been having a discussion earlier about a second sustainability intern, and that position no longer became available because there were grant funds, federal grant funds, if I understand, that were no longer available. So in the case that we did decide to hire a second sustainability intern, would we be pulling from assigned reserves because the big grant picture has changed? Would that be what that reserve is for? Because under this Trump administration, that money's not coming, whether it's coming through a nonprofit or whatever?
Just as a point of clarification, so we had the ability to participate in the CCCC program. There was a nominal charge, but the reason that we didn't participate was not because of the inability to do so, because of the availability of the program. It was because of our own internal management capacity. It may also be true that that program later, after we made the decision not to participate, became defunded. But that's not why we decided to not participate this year. To answer your second question, it really would be up to council if you all decided to use the assigned reserve in that way, if that's the defined purpose for it to be an alternative source to federal or state grant funding. And if that program, for that reason, was not funded because the state or the federal government didn't provide those funds, then in theory, that could be a purpose for it, yes.
So just for example, if the National Endowment for the Humanities had given grants to us before and it was coming around where we might want that again, and we were like, oh, they don't even have that anymore, that might be where we would say, well, for the time being, we want to dip into that assigned bucket.
As the mayor and the
Or
city
we agreed
manager
as council
have
that that's-
defined it, then yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
the way that it was defined last year, yes, because there really was a lot, and there still are a lot of communities that once those funds went away, they were struggling to figure out how they would fund large swaths of their budget. And so, again, not trying to say that you can't toy around with it. I'm just saying that was the purpose of those funds. The last item, because I know we're at time, the decrease the Southwest Capital Improvement Project, Hickory and Elm Ave, is that something?
That's a stormwater project. The total project is 300,000. And because of the design cost of 25,000, that's why it is a reduction of net $275,000.
So on this one, Director Braithwaite, I appreciate the information that you provided. and I believe you said the initial design would be a small fraction. I can't remember, was it 25,000? Okay. I guess, I know this is in my wards, so it might seem strange for me to be saying this, but thinking about the system, the overall system in that Tacoma branch, I mean, I fully trust you that you wouldn't push ahead with construction if the hydrological study didn't support it. But it seems that it would be prudent first for the council to just fund the design and the associated studies of downstream and downslope impacts. And then, but is there some way that this can be accounted for so that we're allocating this money if it turns out that it goes forward, that it is advisable from a hydrological perspective?
Internally, we don't feel like we're going to have much. We're not worried about the capacity issues of the system. This has been a topic that has been discussed both by the Low Impact Development Center staff with our staff over the previous years when they did the study. It's one of 20 items that are included by LIDC as recommendations. They wouldn't have put something forward that was likely not to have a possibility of success. They were just trying to make the point that the system works not in isolated units, but as a whole, and that there are other projects that also have to be done. In looking at our capacity issues, or in looking at our flood risk, they really identified capacity issues as the major problem that the city had to address. So we've got a multi-year plan to implement programs. This was the one that we thought made sense moving forward for the next fiscal year. We would not like to get into a situation where we design it and then put it on a shelf, not construct. We really do intend work best when we're designing and then implementing the project as a whole, because it kind of leaves us sort of like, what do you do now? You got this design, and so you design something else, or
Yeah. In the answer that you gave in the budget questions, you said that part of what needs to be done is the LIDC recommended desktop assessment of the impact downslope of this project. So I would feel more comfortable if this project wasn't named Hickory Elm, but if it was renamed, Tacoma Branch Watershed Capacity Improvements or something. So
there's probably 6 different projects that are all affecting that section of the city. So there are multiple projects that they identified, starting up at Poplar Avenue and working their way down to Circle Avenue.
Okay, and for my colleagues, I know it's late. The issue is that if we add inlets and pipes and move water off of Hickory Avenue faster, it all comes out just below Spring Park in Circle Woods, and that's an area where residents on 4th Avenue and in the vicinity of Circle Woods have experienced heavy flooding, and so their concern is that this line item represents full speed ahead on making that change, and that it could be putting the cart before the horse in terms of maybe some additional inlet capacity is needed downslope before that is done.
Yeah, well, there's, as I mentioned, a number of projects all within that watershed area. This issue was raised in the past when we did a project on Cockrell Avenue, and we have certainly, hopefully, people have found that has not been a concern. It did add the capacity that the staff said it was adding at the time. So we've got a number of projects that we need to move forward with to build resiliency in the system, and so this is just another one of those projects. The water is getting to the same place anyway. It's just changing the direction in which it gets there.
And last question, does it change the speed at which it gets there?
It will slow down. Right now, you've got a real bottleneck at Poplar and Circle, which is where the water's going now into a very confined trench and coming out of the top of Circle Woods. So it basically is redirecting it to that pressure point, which has been identified both by us and by LADC as a particular difficult area in that drainage area. So we're moving that water to a different side versus having it all funnel down into that one constrained location. And it will definitely slow it down because we'll be adding pipes and inlets and drops along the way. So we have a way to control and manage the water much more systematically than is currently the case where it's sheet flowing down the street.
Okay. Then I think in light of that professional analysis, then I think I'm okay with striking this.
Okay, so let's strike this item on line 94. Okay, so we will, given the time, we will continue the conversation on Wednesday. Additional items, I'm asking for everyone to please send your items to Deputy City Manager Eubanks, your reconciliation items. Think of them from the perspective of the spreadsheet. If you could send your items by
3 p.m. tomorrow.
3 p.m. tomorrow, yes, because I need the spreadsheet, y'all. So if you could do that. Also on Wednesday, if we can refrain from having lots of discussion and debate on matters that we've already had lots of discussion tonight on, that would be great. So the idea would be that for the items that we've already discussed, we will be voting, we will go straight to vote on those items, and we will only discuss items that are new. Okay? All right. So with that,
Oh, I just had one question.
Yeah.
You have not introduced any items. Will you still be introducing items as we hit the last day?
I will see where, I'll see where we are. I'm usually your sweeper, so I will figure out how to make the math.
And please, if you have the items before 3 p.m., do not hesitate to send them.
Send them in. All right. Any other questions, thoughts, concerns? Excellent. All right. Everybody have a great night.